Chapter 2297 It's for your own good. Chapter 2297 It's for your own good. Bai Zixian's heart twitched when she saw Yang Yi crying. Because he actually had such a soft side. The impression she had of Yang Yi was a shameless, ruthless, decisive, extreme, bold, and insane person. She had never imagined that this man who was more ruthless than most would actually cry. How could this man cry if it wasn't something that truly made him sad? At this moment, she suddenly became quite curious about Nanjing. What kind of woman could make this man act like this? Meanwhile, Yan Ye's sword had vanished. He placed his right hand on her face, causing her to frown slightly and almost push him away. However, she seemed to have thought of something and gradually relaxed her clenched fist. At this moment, while madness intent still remained around Yang Yi, it had much less viciousness and the desire to kill. However, he still looked very unusual. Yang Yi put his left hand around her waist and hugged her tight, causing the latter's expression to turn extremely unsightly. But she didn't dare to do anything. Because Nanjing wouldn't attack Yang Yi. If she attacked him, Yang Yi wouldn't definitely instinctively realize that she wasn't in Nanjing. At that time, the first he killed would be her, and then everyone in White Emperor City. Based on Yang Yi's current strength, he would be a calamity to White Emperor City once he went mad. A terrible calamity. Yang Yi just hugged her like that, and a long time passed before Bai Jixian left her room. There was a man in a long robe by her side, and he was wearing a strange mask that fully concealed his appearance. It was naturally Yang Yi. Bai Jixian naturally didn't dare to let Yang Yi appear in public without keeping his identity concealed. Presently, the Xiuan clan was madly searching for Yang Yi. If they found out that he was here, they would definitely attack White Emperor City. The Xiuan clan wasn't the only one, the other powers would join in too. Moreover, even the Immortal Estate would come for Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi had killed the number one beauty of the Immortal Estate. Even she was quite shocked about the fact that had killed her. As far as she was concerned, he was really brave. Bai Jixian restrained her thoughts and glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was treating her as a Nanjing, and wouldn't leave her side. This gave her a huge headache. However, she didn't dare to infuriate him. If he went mad again, no one would be able to restrain him. It was both good and bad now. Bai Jixian shook her head and led Yang Yi into an underground palace. There were two black-robed men there. As soon as he saw them, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Bai Zixian's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, "Stop!" Bang! Bang! As soon as she said that, the black-robed men were blasted away, and Yang Yi was about to attack again. She suddenly appeared by his side and took his hand, causing Yang Yi to stop. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirits and madness intent around him slowly returned to his body. Bai Jixian heaved a sigh of relief, and then she looked to the side. While they were still alive, both of them were heavily injured, and one of them had even lost his arm. Fortunately, Yang Yi hadn't used the sword domain, or they would have been killed in an instant. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi. His strength was much, much stronger than it had been. Especially after he comprehended madness intent, his strength was absolutely incomparable to what it had been. Moreover, besides madness intent, the vengeful spirits in his possession were extremely terrifying too. They had been brought to their full potential now, and they wanted to kill everyone they saw. Bai Jixian took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then she said, "Don't just kill anyone, understand?" Yang Yi didn't answer her. She frowned. Actually, she was very clearly aware of the situation he was in. He was insane, and the most direct method to resolve this was to let Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent suppress his madness intent. So long as it was suppressed, Yang Yi would regain consciousness. However, the problem was that the joint forces of his sword intent and slaughter intent were no match for his madness intent. Not to mention that the madness intent was assisted by the vengeful spirits. It could be said that the sword intent and slaughter intent were completely defeated. They'd fought each other since the beginning, yet they lost to the madness intent in the end. Obviously, They were definitely very aggrieved by this. Bai Jixian glanced at the black-robed figures. "Stand down!" They bowed respectfully and left without making a sound. Bai Jixian took Yang Ye's hand and walked further into the palace. It didn't take long for her to lead him to a room. She formed a strange seal, and then it started trembling. Suddenly Yang Yi frowned, and it shocked her. She hurriedly grabbed his hand, and he gradually calmed down. Bai Jixian seemed visibly relieved, and then she looked ahead. A round pillar had appeared before her, and atop it was a jade box. In the jade box were 2 purple tokens. She gazed at them for a long time and spoke softly. "Do or die." As soon as she finished speaking, she took them and was about to leave with Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi suddenly turned around, and then a ray of sword energy flashed. Bang! An explosion resounded in the room, and then a black shadow appeared at a corner of the room. Bai Zixian's expression turned extremely unsightly from the sight of this. She hadn't expected someone to be here. Yang Yi was about to attack, but she stopped him and gazed at the black-clothed person. "Who are you?" the latter replied. "White Empress, my master wants those 2 eternal tokens. I wonder if you'll be willing to give them to me?" Eternal tokens. Bai Zixian's eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly appeared above the black-clothed person, and then a sword descended. The sword domain. The black-clothed person was shocked. "That's the sword domain. You're Yang Yi. I am possible." As soon as the black-clothed person finished speaking, the sword descended. However, the black-clothed person had vanished, and only black clothes remained on the ground. Meanwhile, an explosion resounded from the entrance of the room, and then a figure was blasted back inside. Bai Jixian gazed coldly at the figure. She was about to speak, but a ray of light flashed, and then that figure was sliced into 2. The black-clothed person was dead. Bai Jixian felt speechless. Meanwhile, countless vengeful spirits appeared, and they pounced at the corpse. Devouring resentment. There was deep fear in her eyes as she gazed at the vengeful spirits. Suddenly, they finished devouring the resentment, and immediately turned toward her, causing her to frown slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared by her side. As soon as he did, the vengeful spirits moved away from her. They didn't dare to challenge Yang Yi's authority. Because once Yang Yi aroused the desire to kill, even they would die. Bai Jixian gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go!" She led Yang Yi out of the room. White Emperor Hall. As soon as Bai Jixian entered the hall, her face fell. There was a man in there. He smiled when he saw her. "Jixian, you're here." She frowned slightly. "Namli Xian, what are you doing here?" The man smiled. "The Eternal Secret Realm is about to be opened. I presume you'll be going, so I'm here to invite you to go with me." She replied indifferently. "Thank you, but that isn't necessary." Namli Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Jixian, we'll be able to help each other if we stay together." "Don't you think so too?" she replied. "It isn't necessary. Please leave, I want to rest." He laughed bitterly. "Jixian, why be so cold? I just want to have someone to watch my back and vice versa. I'm sure you're aware that the other powers aren't very friendly to White Emperor City. If something were to happen to you in the Eternal Secret Realm, then White Emperor City would probably..." Bai Jixian glanced at him. "Thanks for the reminder. However, I'll let fate decide. If something happens to me there, it's my destiny, and I can't blame anyone for that." Namli Xian gazed at her for a long time, and then he suddenly chuckled. "Fine, since you insist, I won't say anything else, or you'll get annoyed." He paused for a moment and said, "Jixian, according to my knowledge, you have 2 eternal tokens. Can you give one to me?" Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Namli Xian, that's the real reason you're here, right?" "Not at all." He smiled. "Jixian, let's just be frank. Give me one of the eternal tokens in your possession, and my Namli clan will have 3 true Dao Realm experts in there. At that time, they can stay with you and protect you until you leave. All right?" Bai Jixian replied. "What if I refuse?" Namli Xian's smile gradually vanished. Anything can happen in the eternal secret realm. Don't you think so too? Suddenly Yan Yi took a step forward. She hurriedly grabbed his hand and gazed at Nan Li Xian. Leave. Right now. Nan Li Xian frowned slightly. What's the meaning of this? She forcefully held on to Yan Ye's hand and spoke solemnly. Nan Li Xian, if you don't want to die, then fuck off right now. She was on the verge of losing control of Yan Yi. A cold glow flashed through Nan Li Xian's eyes. Bai Jixian, you, fuck off. She suddenly howled with fury. It's for your own good. Nan Li Xian's face was terribly gloomy. I refuse. Let me see if you dare to do anything to me. Chapter 2298 Emotions were his downfall. Chapter 2298 Emotions were his downfall. At this moment, Bai Jixian was furious. Nan Li Xian was a true Dao realm expert of the Nan Li clan. If something happened to him here, White Emperor City wouldn't be able to avoid responsibility. Moreover, the last remaining friendly relations between them would vanish, and they would become enemies instead. However, Nan Li Xian refused to leave. He refused. At this moment, Bao Jixian was on the verge of being unable to restrain Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Nan Li Xian gazed at Yang Yi. His gaze instantly turned cold when he saw her holding Yang Yi's hand, and his gaze was filled with hostility. This hostility made Yang Yi instantly pull free from Bai Zixian's grasp. A moment later, a pitch-black sword slashed down from above Nan Li Xian. Nan Li Xian was stunned. Utterly stunned. He hadn't expected the black-clothed man by Bai Zixian's side to just attack him, and he hadn't expected the man to be this terrifying. Just one attack. Just this attack made his hairs stand on end. Yan Yi's attack was no ordinary attack. It had been enhanced by true Dao realm madness intent and the sword domain. Coupled with the fact that he was so close to Nan Li Xian, the latter had no chance to dodge. Nan Li Xian wasn't able to put up a good counterattack in such a hurry, so he was forced to go on the defensive. Bang! A powerful true Dao realm aura surged out from him. However, it was instantly obliterated upon appearing. Hiss! Yan Yi's sword descended, and Nan Li Xian's body was instantly sliced into two. Meanwhile, his soul escaped his body and fled out of the hall. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his throat when had just arrived at the exit. It was Bai Zixian's hand. Nan Li Xian stared at Bai Jixian. If you kill me, the Nan Li clan won't let White Emperor City live. I'm sure you're aware of the current situation that White Emperor City is in, she replied. I told you to leave. Unfortunately, you refused. Since you refused, then die. Crush. As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Li Xian's soul was crushed apart and transformed into countless fragments. But it only took a moment for innumerable vengeful spirits to devour those falling fragments. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. At this moment, she felt that she may have made a mistake. Was it really wise to let Yang Yi stay by her side? Now, it was too late for her to regret her decision. Yang Yi was treating her as a Nanjing, or it should be said that had unconsciously taken her to be a Nanjing. If Yang Yi realized that she wasn't a Nanjing, then he would definitely kill her. A Nanjing would never do anything that was harmful to Yang Yi, and she would never do anything that would hurt him. So, she couldn't do anything like that either. She shook her head and said, "Let's go!" She led Yang Yi out of the hall. She led him out of the city, and then they shot into the endless starry sky. The eternal secret realm was only opening in around a month. She didn't dare to let Yang Yi stay in White Emperor City until then. He was too unstable, and the slightest mistake may cause him to slaughter the entire city. Yang Yi had to stay away from crowds for now. The Sword Ruins. Sword Scroll and the others arrived at the Sword Ruins. The Sword Guardian didn't refuse Su Qingshi and the others' arrival because of Sword Scroll. A woman in a linen dress sat cross-legged before a tombstone. Sword Scroll brought Snowy to her, and the woman's eyes remained shut as she said, "I won't leave this place." Sword Scroll hesitated for a moment and said, "Please, you're the only one I know who can firmly suppress him. If you don't help him, it'll be very dangerous for him to remain like that." The woman shook her head slightly. Sword Scroll, why force me? Sword Scroll fell silent for a long time before she looked the woman in the eyes. Jianyu, I advise you to go. Jianyu gazed at Sword Scroll. Are you threatening me? Sword Scroll pointed at Snowy. Take a good look at her. Look carefully. Snowy was stunned. Jianyu glanced at Snowy. I know, she's a sprite lord. Sword Scroll spoke louder. Look carefully. Jianyu frowned slightly and gazed at Snowy again. It didn't take long for her gaze to descend onto Snowy's eyes. As soon as she saw the strand of dark purple in Snowy's eyes, Jianyu's indifferent expression changed for the first time. Disbelief filled her eyes. How can that be? That's impossible. Sword Scroll took a deep breath. It's a fact. Jianyu, your Jian clan has been using its own sword intent and cultivation to repay that sword for generations. Yet now, so long as she's willing, the shackles on the fate of countless generations of your clan will vanish. Jianyu stood up slowly and walked over to Snowy. Give me a promise. Snowy blinked and gazed at Sword Scroll, and the latter spoke softly. If she's willing to go help Yang Yi, are you willing to help her in the future? Snowy hurriedly nodded. Jianyu spoke softly. Thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the huge sword on her back and left. Don't expose her presence. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. We don't have the strength to protect her. If her existence is exposed, she'll live, but will die. Jianyu didn't say a word and just shot off into the distance before finally vanishing. This year, the Sword Guardian left the Sword Ruins. Snowy withdrew her gaze and was quite depressed. Sword Scroll gazed at Snowy. It's fine. She's very strong. Snowy glanced at Sword Scroll, and then she nodded slightly. After that, she hesitated for a moment and pointed deep into the Sword Ruins. Sword Scroll spoke softly. You've sensed it? Snowy nodded. Sword Scroll explained. It can't come outside now or it'll be chaos. Snowy waved her claws while a solemn expression appeared on her face. Sword Scroll walked over to Snowy and smiled. I know it's very powerful, and I know it's very dangerous. However, you don't have to fear it. Because it will fear you. Snowy blinked and was very puzzled. After all, she wasn't good at fighting at all. Sword Scroll looked up at the sky and spoke softly in her heart. Yang Yi's greatest fortune in his lifetime was saving you. Of course, it may be his greatest trouble as well. Because you're wanted by all. Not to mention others, even I want to kill him and take you for myself. The desire to kill. Once she found out that Snowy would become a sprite progenitor, Shed really aroused the intent to kill Yang Yi. In the boundless starry sky, Yang Yi and Bai Jixian traveled for a long time before she finally stopped. An ancient city stood before them. The city floated there in space. It was quite old and damaged. Obviously, it had been ravaged in the past. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and then took his hand. She noticed that so long as she took his hand, Yang Yi would calm down tremendously. Just like that, she led him to the entrance of the city. Eternal Immortal City. Bai Jixian led him into the city. The city itself was deathly silent. She glanced at the surroundings, and then led him to a damaged hall. She sat down cross-legged, and Yang Yi stood by her side. She glanced at him. For some reason, she actually felt a strange sense of safety right now. A sense of safety. Previously, when she was enemies with Yang Yi, she had experienced how terrifying he was. Yang Yi was absolutely not someone who would spare a pretty face, and he would even kill a goddess without the slightest hesitation, if he had to. Zither Maiden from the Immortal Estate was the best example of that. However, she suddenly realized that if she wasn't enemies with him, he was very trustworthy. Unfortunately, he placed too much emphasis on emotions and loyalty, and he took it too seriously. Emotions were his downfall. Suddenly, footsteps resounded from outside the hall. Bai Jixian moved her gaze away and looked out of the hall. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man and an old man to appear within her vision. She frowned slightly at the sight of them, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. The middle-aged man walked over to her, glanced at Yang Yi, and then said, White Empress, according to my knowledge, my younger brother, Bailey Xian, went to White Emperor City a few days ago, but he still hasn't returned. Do you know where he is? Bai Jixian replied indifferently. I don't. The middle-aged man's face turned cold. Bai Jixian, you'll stop beating around the bust. My brother is dead, and I want to know if it was White Emperor City's doing. Bai Jixian asked. Nanliu, you think I killed him? Nanliu replied indifferently. I didn't say that. Bai Jixian replied. That's what you said. So tell me, what reason would I have to kill him? Nanliu looked her in the eyes. That's what I want to know too. Because he never left White Emperor City. So, he definitely died in the city, right? Bai Jixian spoke indifferently. Would you believe me if I said no? Nanliu gazed at her for a long time and smiled. Very good. Bai Jixian, well, have a good chat about it in the eternal secret realm. He turned around and walked away with the old man. Bai Zixian's face remained expressionless, and she held tightly onto Yang Yi's hand. Meanwhile, divine senses swept the area from time to time. A short while later, Bai Jixian released her grip on Yang Yi's hand and spoke softly. My White Emperor City was once on par with the Immortal Estate. At our peak, we had two extraordinary geniuses. Unfortunately, there was no place for two tigers in one mountain. Our ancestors fought each other, and the experts of our clan either died or left. Now, we're far inferior from what we used to be. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. All those years ago, Eternal Border didn't just have one estate, 2 cities, 3 sects, and 6 clans. There were many other powers. However, they gradually vanished. Now, if I can't improve my strength in this secret realm, White Emperor City will gradually vanish too. Yang Yi remained silent, but a black sword had appeared in his grasp. Bai Jixian gazed at him for a long time. At this moment, she envied in Nanjing a little. Suddenly, another divine sense swept the area, and Yang Yi vanished abruptly. Bai Jixian was shocked. She was about to charge outside, but a loud shout that was filled with shock resounded. You're Yang Yi! H. The shout was like muffled thunder that resounded throughout the city. Bai Jixian had just charged out of the hall when Yang Yi appeared before her, and in his hand was a bloody head. Chapter 2299 Geniuses Must Die. Chapter 2299 Geniuses Must Die. A head. Blood was still dripping from the head, and its face was covered in shock. Yang Yi! No one in Eternal Border didn't know that name. Yang Yi tossed away the head, and the black sword in his grasp immediately transformed into countless vengeful spirits that pounced at it. The stronger the expert, the stronger they would grow upon devouring it. They could be considered to be a match made in heaven. Suddenly, over a dozen people appeared not too far away from the hall, and they were from the various powers. 2 of them were the true Dao realm experts from the Nanli clan who'd just left. Nanliu stared at Yang Yi. Bai Jixian, I didn't expect you to have gotten together with Yang Yi. Bai Jixian glanced at Nanliu and said, If I were you, I would leave. Nanliu revealed a ferocious smile. If I'm not wrong, both of you joined forces and killed my younger brother, right? Bai Jixian closed her eyes slowly and remained silent. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then a black sword slashed down from above Nanliu. Nanliu's expression changed drastically, and an ethereal black shield appeared above him. The sword descended. Bang! The black shield instantly exploded apart, and the powerful force of the collision blasted him far away. However, that wasn't the end of it because another ray of black light flashed. Nanliu was shocked. He stomped his foot down and soared up into the air before slamming his fist forward. Boom! A red vortex suddenly appeared in front of Nanliu, and then a wave of powerful flames rippled out from it. However, as soon as Yang Yi's sword descended, the flames were obliterated in just an instant. Suddenly, a powerful aura assaulted Yang Yi from the left. It was the true Dao realm expert from the Nanli clan. Yang Yi stopped on the spot and just swung his sword without even looking. Hiss! The aura was instantly destroyed. Yang Yi intended to attack again, but Bai Jixian appeared by his side and took his hand. Let's go! Yang Yi's figure trembled, and then his sword gradually turned ethereal. Bai Jixian! Suddenly, Nan Liu laughed ferociously. You're actually with Yang Yi. Good, very good. Let me see who can save your White Emperor city now! Yang Yi stopped. Nan Liu's expression changed, and then he vanished on the spot. The other true Dao realm expert from the Nanli clan followed him and left too. Bai Jixian was stunned, and so were the other experts here. They'd fled. 2 true Dao realm experts had fled. But it didn't take long for them to realize why. Yang Yi was influenced by his madness intent right now, so it could be said that a single true Dao realm expert was very likely to be instantly killed by him. 2 true Dao realm experts weren't able to do anything to him, and 3 true Dao realm experts could barely resist him. It would take at least 4 or even 5 true Dao realm experts to suppress Yang Yi. But the Namli clan only had 2 here. If Yang Yi and Bai Jixian joined forces, they would definitely die. So, Namli Yu had decisively chosen to flee. They would die if they didn't. Bai Jixian shook her head slightly and walked away while holding Yang Yi's hand. Meanwhile, an old man with a sword on his back appeared in front of them. It was Exaltu from Sword Sky City. Exaltu glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Bai Jixian. White Empress, is he? She shook her head slightly. Do you need something? Exaltu replied. No, I just wanted to warn you that a true Dao realm expert from the Xiuan clan left earlier. If I'm not wrong, he has gone to notify the Xiuan clan. Moreover, the other powers are probably itching to make their move too. After all, no one doesn't desire the treasures in his possession. Bai Jixian glanced at him. What about Sword Sky City? Exaltu smiled. We have an agreement with him. So, we hold no hostility toward him. He paused for a moment and continued. There's enmity between him and the Immortal Estate. So, it won't be easy for you to enter the Immortal Estate safely later. Bai Jixian fell silent. The Immortal Estate. The Eternal Secret Realm was under the Immortal Estate's control. Or to be more precise, its entrance was under the Immortal Estate's control. The other powers had to gain the Immortal Estate's agreement to enter it. Moreover, after they went inside and returned, they had to give the Immortal Estate 50% of all the eternal crystals they obtained. Of course, the Immortal Estate considered that as the compensation for purchasing the eternal tokens. However, the eternal tokens were actually completely useless. But no one dared to refuse. The Immortal Estate was the most powerful organization in the entire Eternal Border. So, unless all the others joined forces against it, they would have no chance of winning. Meanwhile, Exaltu said, Xuan Xing is probably on the way right now. Bai Jixian immediately took Yang Yi's hand and walked off into the distance. Exaltu glanced at them and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Yang Yi was very terrifying, but the more terrifying he was, the more determined many would be to kill him. Especially the 6 clans. The 3 sects weren't desperate to kill him because they had chosen not to attack Yang Yi as they didn't want to let the other sects take advantage. But the 6 clans were different. Besides the Xiuan clan, the other 5 clans had even joined forces just to seize those 3 treasures. Now Yang Yi was even stronger than before, so all the 6 clans were definitely afraid. Especially the Xiuan clan. If Yang Yi survived, they would never have a moment of peace. As for the other clans, they may risk everything to kill Yang Yi because they were worried of his revenge. Besides that, there was the Immortal Estate too. The Immortal Estate was very, very strong. The stronger an organization was, the greater their aversion towards someone who may become a threat to them. After all, Yang Yi possessed Progenitor Realm Sword intent and Slaughter intent, and even true Dao Realm intent at his age. The worst part was that he possessed the Sword Domain. Besides that, he had so many treasures. Especially the primordial axe of creation. Once it allowed Yang Yi to use it, then even the Immortal Estate would have to fear him. The limitless sword master who was once renowned throughout Eternal Border wasn't as dazzling as Yang Yi at the same age, The more dazzling and monstrous Yang Yi was, the more they would want him dead. Unless he was so strong that they didn't dare to act against him, of course. Unfortunately, Yang Yi wasn't that strong now. A vile cycle had formed between them. Exalchu shook his head and left. Yang Yi had shown himself. News of this quickly spread throughout Eternal Border. Initial City. The auras of 4 powerful experts surged up into the air from within Initial City, and then they vanished into the sky. 4 true Dao Realm experts. This time, all of the true Dao Realm experts of the Xiuan clan had set out. Besides the Xiuan clan, countless experts left the Nanli clan, Beichuan clan, Hanyuan clan, Luoli clan, and Yu clan's main cities and vanished into the boundless expanses of outer space. The entire Eternal Border was alarmed. The experts of all 6 clans had left their cities. Moreover, all of them were traveling in the same direction. On a mountain, a woman stood proudly there. There was a huge black sword on her back. She was Jianyu from Sword Ruins. Jianyu looked up at the boundless starry sky, and a long time passed before she spoke softly. 6 true Void Realm experts, 17 true Dao Realm experts. They haven't just sent all their experts, even their patriarchs have set out. Looks like they want to annihilate him. Should I go or not? The true Dao Realm was divided into 3 smaller stages: the true Dao Realm, true Void Realm, and true World Realm. Jianyu fell silent, and a long time passed before a white little fellow appeared in her mind. Snowy. As soon as she thought of Snowy, she twisted her right foot against the ground. A ray of sword energy shot up into the air. Eternal Immortal City. Bai Jixian swiftly led Yang Yi toward the depths of the city, and her face was unprecedentedly solemn. Yang Yi being exposed had messed up all her plans. She was very well aware that if they couldn't enter the Eternal Secret Realm soon, they would have to face over a dozen or even more true Dao Realm experts. They would never let Yang Yi live. Especially the Xiuan clan. If she were the patriarch of the Xiuan clan, she would absolutely stop at nothing to kill Yang Yi. That was what she had thought when Yang Yi had woken up that day. Because a person like Yang Yi would cause endless troubles to them if he remained alive. Especially when he was such a vengeful person. So, they had to get into the Eternal Secret Realm. Bai Jixian pulled Yang Yi along as she sped up. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the city, and a huge blue door stood before them. Blue light flowed within the door, and it frequently emanated horrifying and strange sounds. Let's go! Bai Jixian pulled Yang Yi toward the door, but an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. There was a tiny character on his left chest. He was from the Immortal Estate. Bai Jixian flicked 2 eternal tokens to the old man, but the old man waved his right hand and blasted them into bits. Bai Zixian's face fell from the sight of this. Meanwhile, the old man ridiculed. You want to leave? Bai Jixian, you must be dreaming. Needless to say, you're really brave to actually get together with Yang Yi. Don't you know that my Immortal Estate is determined to kill him? We'd planned to locate that mysterious sword cultivator first, and deal with him first before dealing with White Emperor City, but we never expected you to actually. Bai Jixian interrupted the old man. Old dog, I advise you to fuck off. A hideous expression instantly covered the old man's face. However, Yang Yi's figure suddenly appeared before him, and then a sword descended. The sword domain combined with true Dao Realm madness intent, and countless vengeful spirits. The old man's pupils constricted to the size of needles. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from within him. At the same time, a fist slammed at Yang Yi's sword. Hiss! The sword descended, and the old man's body was instantly sliced into 2, causing blood and internal organs to spray all over the ground. However, the old man's soul had left his body at the critical moment, and fled into the sky. Yang Yi was about to pursue the old man when Bai Zixian's expression suddenly changed drastically. She didn't even hesitate to drag Yang Yi into the blue door of light. Right at the instant they left, Xuan Xing suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had been standing, and 4 other middle-aged men and a beautiful woman were by his side. The 6 patriarchs were all here. Xuanxing gazed at the door of light for a long time, and then he said, "He must die." Chapter 2300 Wait for Yang Yi. Chapter 2300 Wait for Yang Yi. Fear. At this moment, Xuanxing's heart was filled with deep fear. Had witnessed Yang Yi's previous attack, and it had instantly severed the body of a true Dao realm expert. But Yang Yi was just at the progenitor realm. How terrifying was such natural talent! If Yang Yi survived and arrived at his level of cultivation, then would anyone amongst them be able to stop that madman? At that time, even the immortal estate wouldn't be able to restrain Yang Yi. Actually, Yang Yi didn't even have to attain his realm of cultivation. Even if Yang Yi attained the true Dao realm, he would be extremely terrifying. Yang Yi at the true Dao realm combined with the sword domain and true Dao realm intent. Experts at the same realm of cultivation would probably be incapable of even resisting a single attack from him. Besides fear, he felt regret. Xuanxing felt extreme regret. He regretted that the Xuan clan had been the first to take action against Yang Yi, and he regretted not gaining a full understanding of Yang Yi before acting against Yang Yi. Those 3 treasures were great, but the Xuan clan would still be the Xuan clan without them. They would still be a large and powerful clan. Yet now, the Xuan clan hadn't just been unable to get those treasures, it had become an irreconcilable enemy with an extraordinary genius. Xuanxing wasn't the only one, the other patriarchs had very heavy hearts too. Yang Yi! All of them had acted against Yang Yi for those 3 treasures, and it could be said that there was enmity between them. But what kind of person was Yang Yi? He was an absolutely vengeful one. So, if he attained the true void realm, how would they resist someone like Yang Yi? Meanwhile, Xuanxing suddenly said, "Besides the 2 cities and 3 sects, everyone else who has acted against him is here. What do all of you think?" A middle-aged man suddenly smiled. "What do I think? My Beichuan clan will apologize to him once he comes out from there, and we'll see if reconciliation is possible." He was the patriarch of the Beichuan clan, Beichuan Tian. Apologize? Xuanxing revealed a wisp of ridicule. "Brother Beichuan, have you not noticed the state he is in? He doesn't just possess sword intent, he has slaughter intent, madness intent, and those vengeful spirits. He isn't a normal person at all. Do you think he'll accept your apology? Not to mention him, even I wouldn't accept it. If you want to kill, you kill. Then you try to apologize when you don't want to kill anymore? And then the incident is over? If it were so simple, he wouldn't have become like that." Beichuan Tian spoke solemnly. "Xuanxing, isn't it your Xuan clan's fault that he has become like that?" Xuanxing shook his head. "I don't care what all of you think. In any case, my Xuan clan is determined to kill him. Of course, I'm very well aware that it's very difficult for my clan to kill him. But that's fine. If my clan loses, well, just be annihilated by him. As for all of you? Haha, if you don't kill him now, then allow me to be honest. Once he's given some time and points his sword at all of you, you'll understand what despair is like." Meanwhile, an old man suddenly stepped forward. The old man was the patriarch of the Han Yuan clan, Han Yuan Lin. All of them gazed at him, and he replied indifferently, "Everyone, you seem to have forgotten that Yang Yi has the primordial axe of creation. Once it's unsealed and allows Yang Yi to use it, then I think even the joint forces of our clans wouldn't be able to stop him. Simply speaking, we have the initiative now. Because if we join forces, we have at least a 90% chance to kill him. But if he attains the true void realm, then we'll be in a passive position, and we can only wait to be slaughtered if he chooses to annihilate us. So, which do you prefer? Why do we only have a 90% chance?" A beautiful woman asked abruptly. She was the patriarch of the Luoli clan, Luoli Yu. Han Yuan Lin closed his eyes slowly. The last 10% is the will of the heavens. If it doesn't wish for Yang Yi to die, he won't die. Luoli Yu laughed coldly. "I do not believe in that. Let me see how he survives. Don't forget that there's the immortal estate too." "The immortal estate!" All of them felt much better when they thought of the immortal estate. Because Yang Yi was irreconcilable enemies with the immortal estate too. Patriarch Loli is correct. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over slowly from afar, and there was a small character on his chest. An expert from the immortal estate. The middle-aged man walked over to them and smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wan Yun from the immortal estate. I heard all of you discussing Yang Yi, and I noticed that you were still quite hesitant. Allow me to be honest, you've formed irreconcilable enmity with him by hunting him now, so let me ask you this. Once he grows further, do you think we will spare all of you? He shook his head and smiled. Moreover, all of you seem to have forgotten that Yang Yi had entered the eternal secret realm. If he obtains some sort of fortuitous encounter there, like ascending into the true Tao realm, then… Haha! Of course, even if Yang Yi attains the true void realm, my immortal estate wouldn't fear him, but what about all of you? Unless your ancestors show themselves, your joint forces would still be unable to stop him. As for your ancestors… Haha, I won't say more. Their expressions turned quite unsightly when they listened up to this point. They'd forcefully pushed their clans into this dilemma. Meanwhile, Xuan Xing gazed at Wan Yun. Brother Wang, you're not just here to talk, right? Wan Yun smiled. Of course. They'll stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. My immortal estate is determined to kill Yang Yi. However, I'm the only one they sent. I've witnessed Yang Yi's strength, and am not confident in being able to kill him on my own. After all, he still has those 3 treasures with him. Xuan Xing asked. So you wish to join forces? Wan Yun nodded. Indeed. Han Yuanlin suddenly asked. What about those treasures once Yang Yi is dead? Wan Yun glanced at Han Yuanlin and said, My immortal estate only wants the Bodhi tree. Your clans do what you wish with the other 2. Han Yuanlin frowned. Are you sure that you want the Bodhi tree and not the primordial axe? The others were puzzled too. After all, the primordial axe was much more precious. Wan Yun smiled. Yes. They fell silent. My Xuan clan doesn't want any of them. Meanwhile, Xuan Xing spoke abruptly. We just want Yang Yi's life. Han Yuanlin glanced at Xuan Xing, and then he glanced at the others. Do any of you have any objections? They pondered deeply for a moment, and then they started shaking their heads in succession. No objections. Meanwhile, Wan Yun smiled. Looks like we've come to an agreement. Since that's the case, let's wait here until he comes out from in there. 7 true void rank experts, and 17 true Tao realm experts. Let me see how he survives us. Meanwhile, a true Tao realm expert of the Xuan clan suddenly asked, Why don't we go inside? Wan Yun turned to look at the entrance to the secret realm. Because the stronger you are, the easier it is for you to die. Yang Yi is below the true void realm in strength, yet stronger than the true Tao realm. His strength is just perfectly on the border of the eternal secret realm's limits. Moreover, if we go inside, we'll definitely alarm the old fellows in there. At that time, we'll probably never make it out. The rest of you true Tao realm experts can go inside, but even if all 17 of you go, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill him, and you might be killed instead. There are too many variables to consider in there. The eternal secret realm. The stronger a person, the easier it was to die in there. A true world realm expert of the immortal estate had gone inside once, and that expert never came back. Wait. Just like that, 7 true void realm experts and 17 true Tao realm experts started waiting in Eternal Immortal City. Over 20 experts were gathered here to wait for Yang Yi. At a corner of Eternal Immortal City, a woman in a linen dress was seated there, and there was a huge sword stabbed in the ground by her side. Her gaze was on Xuan Xing's group. A long time passed before she withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes. Fools. She was naturally talking about Wan Yun and the others. Their forces were absolutely capable of killing Yang Yi, and even she couldn't save him. It could be said that Yang Yi would be dead the moment he returned outside. Even the primordial acts of creation couldn't save him. After all, their forces were even capable of killing a true world realm expert, let alone a progenitor like Yan Yi. However, what would happen once Yan Yi died? No one had thought about the consequences of that. As far as she was concerned, the most terrifying aspect about Yan Yi wasn't his talent in the sword Dao, the 3 divine treasures he possessed, or the sword domain. It was the white little fellow by his side. Snowy. If Yan Yi died, then based on the relationship he had with Snowy, Snowy would definitely go mad. Sprite progenitors were kind by nature, but they had their own reverse scales. Yan Yi was obviously Snowy's reverse scale. Yan Yi's madness wasn't that terrifying, but a sprite progenitor that went mad was truly terrifying. Not to mention Eternal Border, even the world on the other side of the Eternal River would have to tremble. So, the day Yan Yi died would be the day the Eternal Border was finished. Eternal Secret Realm. A long time passed before Bai Jixin sensed the surroundings calm down. She opened her eyes but didn't look at the surroundings. She looked to her side instead, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Yi. Bai Jixin glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. The Eternal Secret Realm is another world created by the people of the Eternal Universe, and it was made by their peak experts. They once lived here, but for some reason, they left and went over to the Eternal Universe. As for this place, they left many things behind when they left. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. I've never owed anyone in my life, and I don't want either. However, I owe you. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you break through and attain the true Dao realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Yang Yi's hand and vanished into the distance. Chapter 2301 Primal Demon. Chapter 2301 Primal Demon. Eternal Secret Realm. The Eternal Secret Realm was also called an independent world. It was a mysterious and dangerous world. Of course, it was filled with fortune too. Eternal Border had 3 secret realms, the Eternal Secret Realm, Sword Ruins, and Eternal River. Eternal River was the most dangerous amongst them, and it was the most terrifying too. Countless geniuses of Eternal Border had been buried within the Eternal River. As far as the people of Eternal Border were concerned, it was no secret realm, it was a forbidden area that should absolutely not be entered. Eternal Secret Realm wasn't as terrifying as Eternal River. However, it was extremely mysterious. Because the stronger someone was, the easier it was for that person to die. Bai Jixin had obviously been here in the past. She led Yan Yi to a mountain range, and there was a striking mountain that towered into the sky. They arrived at the foot of the towering mountain, and then she walked over to the mountain wall, and waved her hand gently. Bang! The mountain wall exploded apart, and there was another world within it. Bai Jixin led Yan Yi into the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in strange rocks of various types, and these rocks emanated gently light that seemed like moonlight. Bai Jixin led Yan Yi forward, but it didn't take long for her to stop. There was a statue of a woman standing not too far ahead of them. She wore a long dress, had a gorgeous appearance, and there was a purple belt floating around her waist. Bai Jixin walked over to it and bowed slightly. Meanwhile, the statue spoke abruptly. You're here. She nodded. Senior, I have a request. The statue replied. What is it? Bai Jixin gazed at Yang Yi. Senior, can you help him return to normal? Return to normal. Make Yang Yi return to normal. Actually, even she didn't know why she was doing this. Because if Yang Yi recovered, then based on how he did things, it was very likely for him to kill her, and she couldn't resist his current strength. But she'd done this. The statue gazed at Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for it to frown. This intent. Ha! The sword domain, slaughter intent, and the sword intent. Interesting. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly looked up at the statue, and then a black sword appeared in his grasp. Bai Zixian's expression changed slightly, and then she hurriedly grabbed Yang Yi's hand. The statue suddenly said, I can't do it. Bai Jixin was stunned. Senior, you, the statue replied. If my main body was here, I could suppress his madness intent and those vengeful spirits, but at this moment, I can't suppress him at all. Not to mention that he has the sword domain. Bai Jixian spoke solemnly. Is there really no other way? There is. The statue continued. It depends on whether you're willing to do it. She looked up at the statue. What is it? The statue simplified her answer. Engage in mutual cultivation with him. What? Bai Jixian was stunned. The statue explained. I'm sure you know what I cultivate in. I cultivate in the Tao of Yin and Yang. If you're willing to accept my teachings, I can give you a supreme mutual cultivation technique. If you use that on him, then he'll benefit, and so will you. After all, he's a 1 in a million candidate because he has primordial violet energy within him. Moreover, his body has been tempered by primordial violet energy for years, so it's much different than the body of an ordinary person. It can be said that your strength will rise tremendously if you engage in mutual cultivation with him. Bai Zixian's face became quite unsightly. Mutual cultivation? Bai Jixian shook her head. I refuse. Meanwhile, the statue said, Looks like you're still biased to the Tao of Yin and Yang. Do you know what life is? It is feelings and vitality, and your life is only whole when they are one. Besides that, there's nothing wrong with this. Doing it with someone you love brings both joy and strength, so why not? Bai Jixian glanced at the statue and asked, Senior, is there no other way? There is. The statue continued. Improve his sword intent and slaughter intent so that they can suppress his madness intent. In that way, he may be able to regain consciousness. Unfortunately, you are probably incapable of accomplishing that, and no one can either. Only he can. Bai Jixian fell silent. The statue said, If he engaged in mutual cultivation with you, it's very likely for him to attain the true Tao realm. Life is a fusion of mental and physical life. People always speak about mental and physical health, and both are equally important. The Tao of Yin and Yang seeks the quintessence of all things. If both of you cultivate it, then based on his natural talent, it's very likely for him to obtain enlightenment and see his own true Tao. As for you, it's very likely for you to attain the true void realm. Bai Jixian replied indifferently. Can you give that cultivation technique to me? They'll give it to his women, all right? The statue asked. Why do I think so highly of you? Bai Jixian remained silent. The statue said, Because you were born without any hair there. You were born with the allure physique. If you cultivate my sex technique, you'll gain twice the results. Bai Zixian's icy cold face had a rare blush on it at this point. She glanced at Yan Yi, and then her face became normal when she noticed that Yan Yi's expression had remained the same. Meanwhile, the statue flicked a ray of white light into her forehead. A moment later, countless pieces of information entered Bai Zixian's mind. A short while later, the statue said, I won't force you. I've stored the entire Yin Sutra within your mind. Once you've made your decision, you can engage in mutual cultivation with him. If you're really unwilling, you can just forget it. The statue suddenly gazed at Yan Yi, and then she frowned. Bai Jixian asked, What is it? The statue spoke solemnly. I sense a trace of aura coming from him. Bai Jixian asked, What aura? The statue shook her head. It's impossible for a sprite progenitor to exist in eternal border. Bai Jixian wanted to ask more, but the statue suddenly said, It's getting dark. Don't go outside. The statue's eyes gradually dimmed down and fell silent. Bai Zixian's face instantly became solemn when she witnessed this. She hurriedly walked over to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, it was sealed off by a door of light, and she heaved a sigh of relief upon laying eyes on it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to her side and took her hand. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi, and then she looked outside. The veil of night had descended outside, and the entire world had fallen silent. Suddenly, the ground quaked. A solemn expression appeared on Bai Zixian's face. It was the sound of footsteps. The footsteps were growing louder and closer. At this moment, even the towering mountain had started to tremble with the footsteps. A short while later, a huge figure appeared before her. Bai Jixian saw its appearance clearly under the moonlight. It was no human, it was a being with a human body and the head of an ox. There were 2 horns on its head, huge lantern-like eyes, and a body that was pitch black like ink. Besides that, there was a very long tail behind it, and it was thick like a pillar and covered in sharp spikes. Every single step it took caused the ground to quake, mountains to shake, and a huge gully was torn open in the ground by its tail. A primal demon. Bai Jixian had an extremely solemn expression on her face. It was from the primal era. All the powers that currently resided in Eternal Border, like the Immortal Estate, the 2 cities, the 3 sects, and the 6 clans, were from other universes. However, they knew very little about the history of Eternal Border. All they knew was that there had been an era before them, and it was called the Primal Era. That era was a true era of the strong. During that era, there were primal demons who could shake the world with a single hand, there were powerful cultivators capable of obliterating universes with the flick of a finger, there was a sprite progenitor who was blessed by the universe and loved by all sprites, and there were all sorts of powerful Xenrace cultivators with special physiques who stood at the top of body refinement. It was an era filled with experts. Unfortunately, for some reason, it silently came to an end, and it left a blank space in history for those who came after them. Now, a primal demon had appeared here. The primal demon walked step by step toward the distance. Suddenly, the primal demon stopped moving, and then he turned and looked in their direction. Sprite. Bai Zixian's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Yan Yi pulled her behind him, and then a black sword soundlessly condensed in his grasp. At the same time, the primal demon slammed its fist at the mountain. Boom! The towering mountain was instantly transformed into powder. It had been obliterated just like that. At the instant it launched that punch, Yan Yi's figure had suddenly turned ethereal, and then he swung his sword. The sword domain. With the madness intent and vengeful spirits there to enhance it, this attack could be described as Yan Yi's strongest. Because Head sensed danger, so Head used his full strength. Bang! Yan Yi and Bai Jixian were blasted away. Yan Yi's sword that was condensed from vengeful spirits shattered as they flew through the air, and countless vengeful spirits returned into his body. At the same time, his body started to crack, inch by inch. Conversely, Bai Jixian was in a much better state because Yan Yi had resisted all the force of the attack. Suddenly, the primal demon took a step forward, and then it slammed another punch at them. Bai Zixian's face instantly turned pale, but it didn't take long for resolve to flash within her eyes. She was about to put her life on the line. But right when she was about to disregard her life and attack, a hand pressed down on her shoulder, and then a figure appeared in front of her. It was Yan Yi, of course. Yan Yi soared up into the air, and then a ray of light flashed. Bai Jixian was stunned on the spot, and her mind had gone blank. Chapter 2302 Eternal Village. Chapter 2302 Eternal Village. A ray of light flashed through the night sky. It tore through space as it descended. However, the primal demon didn't dodge at all, and it just allowed Yan Yi's attack to strike it. Hiss! Dazzling sparks sprayed from atop it. The ray of light dispersed, and so did the sparks. The primal demon was completely unharmed. Yan Yi floated in midair while holding his black sword tightly with both hands, and powerful madness intent coiled around him. Meanwhile, the primal demon gazed at Yan Yi, and there was a trace of bewilderment in its eyes. Sprite! Suddenly, Bai Jixian appeared by Yan Yi's side, and then she took his hand and fled. When the primal demon reacted, Yan Yi and Bai Jixian had already vanished into the night sky. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the primal demon's eyes, and it slammed its fist forward. Bang! In an instant, the area before it was obliterated. However, the space within the secret realm was completely unharmed. Bai Jixian took Yan Yi along and dashed madly for almost 2 hours, and they finally stopped once they were certain that the primal demon hadn't chased after them. As soon as they stopped, Yan Yi fell to the ground. At this moment, his entire body was covered in injuries. The primal demon's punch had almost destroyed his entire body. Bai Jixian fell silent as she gazed at Yan Yi's bloody body. If that punch had struck her, it was obvious that her body would have collapsed in an instant, and she may have even died. After all, Yan Ye's attack had blocked off most of the primal demon's attack, yet her body had still almost been destroyed. As far as she was concerned, the primal demon was a true world realm expert at the very least. She restrained her thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and then carried Yan Yi up and vanished on the spot. Bai Jixian waved her hand lightly before a mountain wall, and it cracked open before she flashed inside with Yan Yi. In the cave, Bai Jixian placed Yan Yi on the ground. At this moment, the primordial violet energy within him had started to automatically heal him. As she gazed at Yan Yi, she suddenly stretched out her hand and placed it on Yan Ye's face. You even disregarded your life for the sake of a woman. You're really foolish. Hee hee. Suddenly, soft laughter came from outside the cave. Bai Zixian's expression instantly changed drastically when she heard it. She turned around swiftly, and she saw a young girl standing at the entrance. The young girl wore a small linen dress with flower patterns on it, and she held a stick of Tanghulu in her grasp. At this moment, she was smiling as she gazed at Bai Jixian. Bai Jixian spoke with vigilance on her face. Who are you? The young girl chuckled, and then she pointed at Yan Yi. Grandpa wants to see him. Bai Jixian shook her head. No. The young girl's smile gradually became cold, and it became quite terrifying instead. Bai Jixian gradually clenched her fist. Suddenly, the young girl vanished on the spot, and Bai Zixian's pupils constricted. She unfurled her fist and slapped her palm forward. A wave of powerful force rippled out from her palm. However, a tiny fist pressed against her palm. Bang! Bai Jixian was blasted away, and she slammed against the rock wall behind her. As soon as she stood up, a mouthful of blood sprayed from her. She looked up at the young girl who was enjoying her Tanghulu, and disbelief filled Bai Zixian's eyes. Your strength! The young girl puckered her lips, ignored Bai Jixian, and walked over to Yan Yi before dragging one of Yan Ye's legs out of the cave. Outside the cave, a wave of powerful energy rippled at her from behind. It was Bai Jixian. The young girl stopped, and then she turned around and slammed a punch forward. Just this tiny fist blasted Bai Jixian away. She was about to attack again when the young girl suddenly said, I'll kill you if you attack me again. She kicked Yan Ye's leg lightly and said, Grandpa wants to see him, not kill him. Why are you getting anxious? Bai Jixian wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth. Why does your grandfather want to see him? The young girl shook her head. I don't know. If you want to know, you can come with me. Bai Jixian glanced at her, and then she walked over to the young girl and carried Yan Yi in her arms. Let's go. They'll go with you. The young girl glanced at her and said, You won't try to flee, right? I'm warning you now. I'll kill you if you try to run away. Bai Jixian replied. I won't. Moreover, I can't, right? The young girl thought for a moment and nodded. That is true. All right, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she started hopping off into the distance. Bai Jixian pondered deeply for a moment, and followed the young girl while carrying Yan Yi with her. Bai Jixian followed the young girl deep into a mountain range, and a long time passed before Bai Jixian suddenly stopped. It was because she saw a corpse before the opening in the mountain ahead. It was a human corpse. Moreover, there was a tiny character on its chest. An expert of the immortal estate. Bai Zixian's expression instantly changed when she saw the corpse's face. Mei Geyu! Mei Geyu! An extraordinarily dazzling genius of eternal border from many years ago, and he was one of the most outstanding monstrous geniuses of the immortal estate at that time. Besides that, he was ranked at the 4th of the divine rankings. After he attained the true world realm all those years ago, he had never shown himself again. Everyone thought he was in closed-door cultivation to advance further. But Bai Jixian hadn't expected him to have actually died here. Meanwhile, the young girl suddenly asked, You know him? Bai Jixian glanced at the young girl and asked, How did he die? The young girl licked her Tanghulu and replied, He was killed by the butcher. Seriously, the butcher told him to leave, but he refused, and then, She raised her hand and made a chopping motion. The butcher chopped him apart. Bai Jixian was at a loss for words. Let's go. The young girl turned around and hopped off into the distance. Bai Jixian took a deep and long glance at the corpse, and then she followed the young girl. Once they entered the mountain, a village appeared before them. At the entrance of the village was a wooden bench, and on it was a slovenly old man. The old man seemed to be sleeping there with a wine gourd hanging by his waist. The young girl walked over to the wooden bench, pulled off one of the tanghalus pieces and pushed it into the old man's mouth. After that, she just ran into the village without looking back. The old man cursed. Wanaria! You mad little girl! Don't run away if you dare. You really need a good spanking. When Bai Jixian arrived at the village entrance with Yan Yi, the old man glanced at them, and then he withdrew his gaze. However, it didn't take long for him to gaze at Yan Yi. What the heck? Bai Jixian stopped and gazed at the old man. The old man sized up Yan Yi, and then he frowned. Slaughter intent, sword intent, madness intent. Huh! These vengeful spirits too. TSK, TSK. This kid isn't a good person. Bai Jixian was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the old man had laid back down on the bench and started snoring. Bai Jixian glanced at the old man, and then continued into the village with Yang Yi. During this time, she kept sizing up the surroundings. There were around 100 people in the small village, and most of them were probably ordinary people. However, some weren't ordinary people. For example, the old man from before, or the elderly woman who'd passed by earlier. She'd sized up Yang Yi for quite a while when she passed by. Bai Jixian had sensed a strong feeling of danger from that woman. Bai Jixian quickly caught up to the young girl, Wanaria, and she asked, "What is this place?" Wanaria glanced at Bai Jixian. Eternal Village. Bai Jixian frowned. Why are all of you here? Why don't you go outside? Wanaria shook her head. We can't. Grandpa said the world outside is dangerous. Dangerous? Bai Zixian's frown deepened. Impossible. Based on your strength, very few people in the outside world can harm all of you. Wanaria shook her head. I don't know. All I know is we can't go outside. I've snuck out once, but I wasn't even able to get outside before that old man by the entrance dragged me back here. That old man is really strong. So, don't offend him. Bai Jixian was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Wanaria looked into the distance. He, the butcher. She dashed over once she finished speaking. Bai Jixian looked over, and she saw a meat stall in the distance. Inside the meat stall stood a robust man with a face full of stubble. His upper body was bare, and he seemed very muscular but dark. At this moment, he was ceaselessly swinging a chopper. Butcher's face darkened when he heard Wanaria's voice, and then he lightly waved the chopper in his right hand. A lean piece of purple meat immediately descended before her, and she just chuckled and took it. After that, she made a face at Butcher and said, Butcher, you gave this to me. I didn't steal it. Butcher rolled his eyes. What are you still doing here then? Wanaria chuckled, and then she gazed at Bai Jixian. Come on. Hurry! Grandpa will get angry if we don't get there soon. She turned around and sped up. Bai Jixian glanced at Butcher, and then she followed after the young girl. Right when she went past the stall, Butcher suddenly looked up at Yang Yi. But it only took a moment for him to move his gaze away, and he said, He was injured by that big fellow? Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and nodded. That primal demon! Primal demon? Butcher laughed with ridicule. He's not a primal demon at all. If it wasn't out of respect for his ancestors, I would have killed him a long time ago. He glanced at Yang Yi and continued. To be honest, I'm a little curious. Bai Jixian was puzzled. About what? He replied. Wanaria's grandpa is an old geezer who never does anything that isn't beneficial to him. Yet he actually wants to meet that kid in your arms, so something's definitely up. However, to be honest, there isn't anything special about that kid. If there is anything slightly special, then it's his sword domain. But even with the sword domain, he's still a weakling. Moreover, his baleful energy is too strong, and so is the karma around him. Someone severed his previous life, and he himself severed his future. He glanced at Yang Yi again and continued. Allow me to be honest, it's a miracle among miracles that he was able to survive until now. So, I don't understand what drew that old geezer's attention. Bai Jixian was stunned speechless. Chapter 2303 Who Dares to Fight Against My Chopper? Chapter 2303 Who Dares to Fight Against My Chopper? Bai Jixian shook her head slightly. I don't know. She paused for a moment and continued. But I know he's very strong. Very strong? Butcher glanced at Yang Yi and shook his head. I think he's very weak. Bai Jixian replied indifferently. Senior, you're looking at him based on your current strength, so he's naturally weak. If you don't mind me asking, were you as strong as him when you were at his age? Butcher was stunned. Bai Jixian didn't say another word and just vanished into the distance with Yang Yi in her arms. Butcher shook his head and smiled. All those years ago, who dared to fight against my chopper? Bai Jixian carried Yang Yi all the way to the southernmost corner of the village. There was a very inconspicuous bamboo house there. Many animal bones were hanging outside the house, and there were some strange drawings there too. One area was seated on the stairs outside the bamboo house and licking her tongue hulu. Meanwhile, an old man walked out slowly from within the house. The old man wore a wide black robe, and he held a long white cane. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the cane was a bone. The old man was very old, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. It was as if they could see through everything. The old man glanced at Bai Jixian and Yang Yi, and then he said, Please have a seat. Bai Jixian spoke solemnly. Senior, just be frank. The old man walked over to them, sized up Yang Yi, and said, Sword intent, slaughter intent, madness intent. I haven't seen the madness intent in a very long time. Bai Jixian asked. Senior, you've seen it before? The old man nodded slightly. I have. He suddenly gazed at her and said, I presume you're here for eternal crystals and some eternal treasures, right? She nodded. Yes. The old man flicked a spatial ring to her. There are 100 eternal crystals in there. They are enough for you to advance to the true void realm. Besides that, there's an eternal treasure in there too. With that in your possession, very few will be a match for you in the true Tao realm. Bai Jixian looked the old man in the eyes. Why? The old man pointed at Yang Yi. Give him to me, and it's all yours. She was puzzled. Just like that? The old man nodded. Just like that. Leave him with me and you can have these. Moreover, I guarantee that you'll leave this place safely. As for the reason, don't ask. If you know what you shouldn't know, it'll be misfortune for you. Bai Jixian glanced at the spatial ring and fell silent. A long time passed before she lowered her head. At this moment, Yang Yi was still holding tight to her hand. She suddenly smiled at the sight of this, and then she looked up at the old man. I'll stay here with him. The old man asked. Why? She chuckled. No reason. The old man nodded slightly. All right. He put the spatial ring away, and then he placed his right hand on Yang Yi's shoulder. A moment later, Yang Yi's figure trembled. Meanwhile, in the sword ruins, a white little fellow suddenly looked up. There was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Suddenly, an ethereal face appeared above her. It was the face of an old man. Snowy's eyes instantly opened wide at the sight of him, and then she placed her paw on the sword gourd by her waist. When the ethereal face saw the speck of purple in Snowy's eyes, it revealed a smile that contained deep meaning before gradually vanishing. Snowy blinked while a baffled expression appeared on her face. The eternal secret realm. The old man withdrew his hand, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. As expected. Truly inconceivable. A world like that was actually able to give birth to a sprite. Bai Jixian gazed at the old man with a puzzled expression. Senior? The old man didn't answer her. He just gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before raising his palm, and there was a ball of energy there. Bai Jixian noticed that the old man's face was gradually aging, and a long time passed before a small character appeared above his palm. The old man was stunned when he saw that, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. A 30% chance, 30%. How could it only be 30% when there's a sprite progenitor by his side? He gazed at Yang Yi once more, and it didn't take long for him to frown. The slaughter sword Dao. Ending slaughter with slaughter. The path of slaughter. No wonder. The old man fell silent at this point. A long time passed before he looked up at the sky. I don't have much time left. He glanced at one area who was outside and his gaze gradually became firm. Meanwhile, one area gazed at him, and he smiled. Go fill up the bath barrel. Remember to use all those herbs Grandpa used in the past. He flicked a white jade bottle over to her and continued. Add this drop of blood in there too. One area blinked. Grandpa, we don't have much of this blood left. The old man smiled. It's fine. Let him use it. Just listen to your grandpa. Go on. Oh. One area put her Tanghulu aside, took the jade bottle, and ran off into the bamboo house. Senior. Bai Jixian gazed at the old man with bewilderment. The old man said, Come with me. He turned around and walked into the house. Bai Jixian fell silent for a long time on the spot, and then she took Yang Yi with her and followed the old man. Flee? The old man's strength was simply unfathomable to her, so it was utterly impossible. Especially when Yang Yi was heavily injured. Moreover, the old man displayed no hostility. Bai Jixian carried Yang Yi into the bamboo house. There was a bath barrel there, and blood-red water resided within it. At this moment, the water within was bubbling. The old man suddenly said, Put him inside. Bai Jixian was stunned. Why? The old man explained. It's good for him. Wang Area puckered her lips. It absolutely hurts. The old man glared at her. How else would you have gotten such strength? Wang Area chuckled and continued licking her Tanghulu. The old man gazed at Bai Jixian. I'm a descendant of the divine shaman race during the primal era. You may not know much about my race. We were born to predict destiny. I'm helping him for a reason. It's because he has great karmic luck, and I have something I need his help with in the future. So, you don't have to worry at all. Moreover, allow me to be honest, both of you can't stop me if I wanted to kill him. Bai Jixian laughed bitterly. Senior, I'm afraid you're unaware that he has many enemies in the outside world. So, I don't really believe what you just said. The old man smiled. They want to kill him because they can't see through certain things, and I'm helping him because I was able to see through certain things. So, I chose to help him. If you have enemies, you'll naturally have friends. I choose to be his friend. Bai Jixian glanced at the old man. She didn't say another word and just placed Yang Yi into the barrel. As soon as he entered the bath barrel, Yang Yi's body shook violently, and the blood-red liquid within it gradually lessened. However, Yang Yi's face had warped. Pain! Bai Jixian gazed at the old man, and the latter grinned. It's fine, he's absorbing the divine blood. Bai Jixian was puzzled. Divine blood? The old man replied. A primordial god's blood from the primal era. My divine shaman race was fortunate enough to get a few drops all those years ago. It's very precious. Meanwhile, Arya suddenly said, Butcher has been begging Grandpa for a long time, but Grandpa never gave him a drop. Right, there are many herbs in there too, and all of them are precious as well. We're only given 1 or 2 every year, but he's using all of them now. Humph. Those herbs and blood had been for her, but Yang Yi was using them now. So, she was naturally quite unhappy. The old man rubbed her head. You'll get better things in the future. Sprite energy. One area wasn't human, and she was at the limits of her body. Besides cultivating bitterly for thousands of years, the only way to advance further was help from sprite energy. That was the true reason that he was helping Yang Yi. One area chuckled. It's fine. I'm already very powerful. The old man grinned, and then he gazed at the bath barrel. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful wave of intent swept out from him. At the same time, the old man stretched out his hand and pressed lightly. It instantly forced the madness intent back into Yan Yi. Bai Zixian's eyes were filled with solemnness when she witnessed this. The old man's strength was much greater than she had imagined. Yan Yi was being forcefully suppressed in the barrel. Just like that, the blood-red liquid gradually lessened, and Yan Yi's body was soundlessly undergoing a change. Time trickled by, and the blood-red liquid was almost completely exhausted. Yan Yi's face was warped, and he seemed to be enduring tremendous pain. The old man sized up Yan Yi's body and said, "His foundation isn't bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to let him use this divine blood." Bai Jixian suddenly asked, "Will his body advance?" The old man thought for a moment and replied, "I dare not say for sure. However, even if it doesn't, ordinary true Dao realm experts wouldn't be able to harm him with ease." Bai Jixian was shocked. "It'll be that terrifying?" The old man glanced at her. "You don't know what a primordial god is. If you did, you wouldn't think it was terrifying. During the primal era, those known as gods were existences that even destiny dared not rashly offend." Bai Jixian, "Destiny really exists?" The old man smiled and remained silent. Bai Jixian wisely avoided asking more. She gazed at the bath barrel. At this moment, the blood-red liquid within it had been fully devoured by Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the old man spoke softly. "Looks like I underestimated his body a little." He hesitated for a moment, and withdrew a white jade bottle, and then he poured the last drop of blood in it on Yan Yi's head. Bang! The blood instantly entered Yan Yi's head, and then it traveled along his blood vessels to his entire body. Hiss! 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 In an instant Yan Yi's body burst into flames. Chapter 23:04 True Dao Realm in the Body. Chapter 23:04 True Dao Realm in the Body. His body was burning. At this moment, Yan Yi's entire body was covered in flames. As they blazed around him, Yan Yi's body started to transform at a visible rate. Just like that, a few hours passed before the flames around Yan Yi gradually dispersed. At this moment, Yan Yi's skin was quite red, and it took a long time for it to gradually return to normal. Meanwhile, the old man withdrew his hand, sized up Yan Yi, and smiled. "I thought attaining the peak of the progenitor realm would be good enough, but I didn't expect your body to fully absorb both drops of divine blood. Needless to say, your foundation is really too good." Bai Jixian gazed at the old man. "The true Dao realm?" The old man nodded slightly. "His body is at the true Dao realm." A wisp of happiness flashed through Bai Zixian's eyes as she gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi was much more terrifying than he had been. Previously, the joint forces of 3 true Dao realm experts could suppress him. Yet now, even 5 would probably be incapable of doing so. Now, he was truly capable of both attacking and defending himself. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly gazed at the old man. "Senior, can you restore his consciousness? His mind?" The old man glanced at Yan Yi, fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then shook his head slightly. "It's best if we don't." Bai Jixian was puzzled. "Why?" the old man said. "If I do it, I can forcefully suppress his madness intent, but it will definitely do all it can to resist. It is one with his body, so it'll be extremely harmful to him." Bai Jixian spoke solemnly. "Is there no other way?" the old man replied. "There are. However, he has to rely on himself. No matter how strong it is, the madness intent must obey him. So, the best way is for him to suppress it himself." Bai Jixian laughed bitterly. "The problem is he can't regain consciousness, so he can't suppress it himself." The old man nodded slightly. "There is another way, his sword intent and slaughter intent. If they can improve to the same level as his madness intent, then perhaps they can jointly suppress it." "Jointly?" Bai Jixian was shocked. "Slaughter intent and sword intent aren't as strong as it?" "Of course not," the old man explained. "Madness is an extreme intent, an extremely extreme intent. He's in a state of madness right now, and it allows his strength to improve tremendously in all aspects. So, regardless of whether it's sword intent or slaughter intent, they can't suppress it alone. Only their joint forces have a chance to suppress it. He paused for a moment and continued. There's another way. Make him advance into the true Tao realm. If that happens, he may be able to regain consciousness, and then suppress it himself. In the end, it actually all depends on him. Bai Jixian laughed bitterly. That's almost impossible to do. It's not easy indeed. The old man nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and continued. Let me suppress his madness intent and vengeful spirits slightly so he becomes a little more normal. He placed his right hand on Yang Ye's head as he spoke. Bang! A terrifying wave of intent swept out from within Yang Yi. At the same time, the vengeful spirits in his palms surged out. Bang! The old man's body shook slightly, but as his palm descended, the madness intent and vengeful spirits were suppressed back within Yang Ye's body. At the same time, a blood-red circle appeared above Yang Yi. Bai Jixian was puzzled. What's that? The old man spoke softly. A seal. It has temporarily sealed the vengeful spirits and madness intent within him. So, he'll be slightly normal for now. At the very least, he won't just try to kill everyone he sees. Take good care of him while I go into the mountains to get more medicine and beast blood. His body has just advanced and needs to be fortified further. I'm going too. Meanwhile, Wang Area shouted abruptly. The old man glared at her, and the latter puckered her mouth. Fine. The old man gazed at Bai Jixian. Remember not to rashly leave this village, and don't take him to the rear mountains. The area outside this village and the rear mountains are very dangerous to both of you. Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, what is this place? The old man smiled. A refuge. He chuckled and left the house. Only Yang Yi, Wang Area, and Bai Jixian remained here. Wang Area kept sizing up Yang Yi and Bai Jixian from time to time. In the end, she walked over to the bath barrel, soared up into the air, and looked down at Yang Yi who was within it. Has he gone mad? Bai Jixian remained silent. Wang Area stretched out a finger and tapped Yang Ye's forehead, and then she said, My grandpa is a very, very stingy person. It would really pain him just to let me use that divine blood, so why was my grandpa so generous to him? Moreover, Grandpa is even taking a risk and going to such a dangerous place like the rear mountains. Oh, is he Grandpa's illegitimate child? Bai Jixian was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood up, glanced at the surroundings with confusion, and then gazed at Bai Jixian. After that, he walked out of the bath barrel and went over to her. However, her face blushed red because Yang Yi was completely naked. His clothes had been transformed into ash while his body was being tempered. Wang Area's expression remained normal instead. She didn't know anything. After all, she was just a young girl. Bai Jixian glared at Yang Yi. Put on some clothes. Yang Yi didn't react to that at all. Bai Zixian's face grew even more unsightly. In the end, it took Yang Yi some time to wear a green robe, and it was naturally because Bai Jixian had helped him wear it. Just like that, Yang Yi and Bai Jixian temporarily settled down in Eternal Village. Yang Ye's body had risen to the true Tao realm here, and because of Yang Yi, Bai Jixian had received almost 100 eternal crystals from the old man. Such crystals were extremely precious to true Tao realm experts. Eternal crystals were a type of crystal from the primal era, and there were very few left in Eternal Border now. These crystals were of great help to true Tao realm experts. These crystals could be said to have made quite a contribution in her ability to attain the true Tao realm. Now, Shed obtained 100 in an instant. It could be said that even an organization like the Immortal Estate would probably be incapable of producing such a number of eternal crystals. After that, Bai Jixian spent every day cultivating and going around the village with Yang Yi. It was the old man who told her to do this. Perhaps walking around the village would be helpful to Yang Yi. Even though Bai Jixian didn't understand why the old man had said that, she still did as had said. On this day, along with the rising sun, the villagers started their busy lives again. Bai Jixian walked out of the bamboo house with Yang Yi, and then they walked along the only path in the village. All along the way, there were people ceaselessly sizing up Yang Yi and muttering something. Yang Yi suddenly stopped when they passed by Butcher's meat stall. Bai Jixian gazed at him, but he walked over to the stall instead. Butcher looked up at Yang Yi and asked, "Want to buy some meat?" Yang Yi walked over to the stall and looked down at the meat. The meat wasn't normal game meat, it was purplish-black meat. If one looked carefully, one would notice that specks of light flickered like starlight within it, and it emanated a relaxing fragrance. Butcher chuckled. 50 eternal crystals! 50 eternal crystals! Bai Zixian's expression changed. It's that expensive? What were 50 eternal crystals worth? It could be said that if they were in the outside world, those 50 eternal crystals could at least buy the help of 3 true Void Realm experts. If a true Dao Realm expert's foundation was good enough, they could even help that person attain the true Dao Realm. Yet now, just that little bit of meat was actually 50 eternal crystals. Bai Jixian felt that Butcher shouldn't be called Butcher, and he should be called Bandit instead. Butcher glanced at her and chuckled. To those who know its worth, it isn't expensive at all. Heh, this fellow beside you knows its worth. Bai Jixian gazed at Yang Yi and was about to speak. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed the meat and walked away. Bai Jixian was stunned, and Butcher was stunned too. As for the villagers in the surroundings, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Someone stole from Butcher!" On the bench outside the village, the slovenly old man suddenly jumped up. Stole from Butcher? Who the heck dared to do that? He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. It didn't take long for countless people throughout the village to run in this direction. Wang area was no exception, and she was even the first to get here. As soon as she saw Yang Yi holding the meat and walking away, admiration filled her eyes. Butcher was stunned for quite a while, and he finally recovered from his shock when Yang Yi's figure grew further and further away. A moment later, he appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Yi. Butcher sized up Yang Yi. Kid, don't even think you can do as you please because you're mentally ill. People have dared to steal from me, but all of them are lying beneath the ground. Do you? Suddenly, Yang Yi drew the chopper that was stuck in the meat and swung it down at Butcher's head while countless watched in shock. Bai Zixian's face instantly turned unsightly. Aren't you supposed to be normal again? Butcher was stunned and said, What the heck? You don't just want to steal from me, you want to kill me too? You have balls. Chapter 2305 Mad Again. Chapter 2305 Mad Again. Right when the chopper was about to descend upon Butcher's head, Yang Yi's figure was blasted away. But it only took a moment for Yang Yi to stop. It was because Wang Area had appeared behind him. She placed her palms behind his back and forcefully used her own physical strength to stop him. However, it was clearly not easy for her, and her face had turned slightly pale. Once Yang Yi's figure had stopped, Wang Area lowered her hands, and then she patted Yang Yi's thighs. Madman Yang, fight him! I support you! Bai Jixian felt speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was about to attack again, but Bai Jixian hurriedly appeared in front of him and stopped him. Bai Jixian shook her head and gazed at Butcher. Senior, I'll buy it. She was about to give him her eternal crystals while she spoke. Suddenly, Butcher clawed at Bai Jixian from afar, and a wave of powerful energy instantly enveloped her. An instant later, Butcher waved his right hand lightly, and Bai Jixian was instantly blasted over 30 m away. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy locked onto her, causing her to be unable to move at all. Butcher lowered his hand and pulled up his sleeves. Little girl, this isn't a matter of crystals anymore. Fuck! He actually dared to steal from me. It's the first time I've encountered something like this in my entire life. I'm going to chop off his third leg today. Butcher's face was suddenly covered in shock when he spoke up to this point. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Ferocity had instantly covered Yang Yi's face when Bai Jixian had been pushed away, and then his figure started to tremble violently. A wave of terrifying intent suddenly swept out from him. Madness intent. An instant later, Yan Yi appeared in front of Butcher, and then the chop descended straight down. Butcher didn't try to dodge and just pointed a finger upward. It pressed straight against Yan Yi's chopper. However, a strand of blood sprayed, and then Butcher was pushed a few steps back. The slovenly old man's eyes were filled with disbelief from the sight of this. All the other villagers were stunned as well. Butcher's eyes were filled with disbelief as well. Impossible. Wait. Madness intent. It's so damn powerful when used with a blade? Yan Yi suddenly appeared above Butcher, and then his blade descended toward Butcher once. It was the same chopper from before. With the help of his madness intents, Yan Yi's attack wasn't any weaker than when he used his sword domain. Everywhere his blade descended, a long mark appeared in space. Butcher still didn't dodge, and he just raised his hand and swung a punch. It slammed straight against the chopper in Yan Yi's grasp. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yan Yi was blasted away. It only took a moment for Wang Area to appear behind him, but she wasn't able to stop him immediately this time. As soon as her palms pressed against his back, they were pushed over 100 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yan Yi's mouth. But just a moment later, Yan Yi vanished on the spot again, and he was in front of Butcher when he appeared once more. Butcher didn't dodge and swung a punch once more. An instant later, a figure was blasted away again. One area was stunned, and then she moved aside and just allowed Yan Yi to slam against the ground. Everyone gazed at one area, and the latter smiled with embarrassment and walked over to Yan Yi's side. Madman Yang, just forget it. You're no match for him, so let's. Suddenly, Yan Yi vanished on the spot. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned speechless. Just like that, Yan Yi was blasted away, over and over again. He was being completely suppressed. Butcher's strength completely overwhelmed Yan Yi, but Yan Yi's fearlessness in battle still filled the spectators with shock. He really seemed like he was unafraid of death. You're a bully! Right when Yan Yi was blasted away again, Bai Jixian suddenly gazed at Butcher. Do you dare to suppress your cultivation and fight him fairly? Wang Area hurriedly chimed in. Yeah! Butcher, do you dare to fight him in a fair fight? Exactly! Fight him fairly! Butcher, do you dare to fight that kid in a fair fight? Some others chimed in from the surroundings. Fair? Tui! Butcher replied angrily. Am not the one who wants to bully him, it's he who wants to steal from me and even kill me. All of you, humph! Wang Area grunted coldly. If you're afraid, then just say so. Butcher, stop making excuses. I think you're afraid that Man Yang will beat you up if you suppress your cultivation, right? Butcher glared fiercely at Wang Area. I didn't know you learned how to egg people on. Sooner or later, you're going to become as terrible as that grandfather of yours. Wang Area made faces at him and said, If you're afraid, just admit it. Butcher grunted coldly. I'm afraid? Just watch. I'm not just going to suppress my cultivation, I'm going to seal my profound energy. I'll bash him to death with just my fists. As he spoke, his aura suddenly weakened, and even his profound energy fell completely silent. The progenitor realm. At this moment, Butcher had forcefully suppressed himself at the progenitor realm. Even then, the pressure he emanated was even stronger than a true Dao realm expert. Butcher gestured at Yan Yi. Bring it! Yan Yi crawled up slowly from the ground, and then a ray of cold light flashed. A blade that carried a strand of cold light instantly appeared before Butcher's forehead. However, 2 fingers clamped down on the blade, and it was just those fingers that completely immobilized the chop that emanated madness intent. Butcher laughed coldly. Kid, you're still too young. Suddenly, a black sword appeared in Yan Yi's left grasp, and then it shot horizontally at Butcher. Swish! A sharp and ear-piercing swish shot through space. Butcher's expression remained unchanged. He released Yan Yi's chop, and then tapped the tip of his foot lightly against the ground and moved over 3 m back. But just a moment later, his figure shot forward once more. Meanwhile, Yan Yes' figure suddenly turned ethereal, and then he released the chopped and swung his sword with both hands. The sword domain. Bang! Butcher was instantly blasted over 30 m away. Moreover, a deep mark had appeared on his palm. The shock and excitement in the spectators' eyes grew from the sight of this. They were excited because it was the first time they saw Butcher suffer something like this, and they were shocked because Yang Yi was so strong. Butcher glanced at the mark on his palm, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. Damn! Interesting. You! His voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and a ray of light flashed. Butcher's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his palms and clapped them together. At the instant they clapped together, a sword was forcefully clamped down upon. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind Butcher, and then a chopper blade cleaved down at the back of his head. Butcher's expression remained unchanged, and he grabbed Yan Yes' black sword and flicked it backward. Clang! As soon as sword and blade collided, the limestone floor beneath their feet instantly exploded apart, and a wave of powerful force rippled toward the surroundings. However, it hadn't even been able to ripple more than 3 m away before a wave of mysterious energy erased it from existence. Suddenly, the black sword in Butcher's grasp shook violently, and then it transformed into countless vengeful spirits that enveloped him. Bang! A wave of powerful energy suddenly rippled out from within them, and they were instantly blasted away. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Butcher, and then Yang Yi chopped at Butcher with both hands. He just chopped rapidly like a madman. There was no technique to it, or any moves. He was just chopping at random. But it was exactly this random hacking at Butcher which forced Butch back repeatedly. Moreover, a sword was ceaselessly flashing and causing great trouble for Butcher. The reason it was troublesome for Butcher was because Yang Yes' sword and blade could slice through his defenses. Moreover, had overdone it by saying he wouldn't use profound energy, and only use his fists. So, Butcher was in a very embarrassing situation. Just like that, Butcher was gradually suppressed in battle, and many marks had started to appear throughout his body. At this moment, the most outstanding wasn't Yang Yi but his blade. Randomly hacking and chopping with a blade wasn't considered saber technique at all, but its strength and effects were extremely terrifying. Swing after swing, which was sometimes accompanied by the flash of a sword, and it truly made Butcher suffer. The most terrifying part was that Yang Yes' madness intent was actually growing stronger and stronger. As it grew in strength, Yang Yes' madness saber technique grew stronger as well. The village had fallen silent. Everyone was looking at Yang Yi. Yang Yes' madness intent was growing stronger and stronger. Finally, bang! An explosion resounded, and Butcher was blasted over 100 m away. His body was covered in injuries. He glanced at his hands, and he noticed blade injuries all over them, causing his expression to grow quite unsightly. Damn it! I overdid it this time. Right when everyone thought that Yang Yi would continue attacking Butcher, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and charged at the spectators. Bai Zixian's face turned pale. He's gone mad again. Chapter 2306 Primal Saber Sect. Chapter 2306 Primal Saber Sect. The villagers were stunned when they saw Yang Yi charge at them. What's he trying to do? It didn't take long for quite strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yang Yi wanted to kill. The villagers didn't run. Because Butcher had suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then he used his palm as a blade to chop lightly at Yang Yi. A ray of saber energy flashed. Bang! Yang Yi's figure was blasted away, all the way out of the village. Wang Area blinked, and then she vanished into the distance. Shed fled. As for the other spectators, they were stunned for a moment, and then they vanished as well. Only 4 people remained here. Bai Jixian, the slovenly old man, an older woman with a vegetable basket, and Butcher. The slovenly old man raised the wine gourd on his waist, took a big gulp, and said, "Not bad." The woman nodded. "Not bad indeed." Butcher shook his head slightly. This kid's desire to kill is too strong, too strong. So what? The old man puckered his lips. Which cultivator doesn't kill? Butcher, do you refrain from killing? Moreover, I don't think he kills just for killing. If he really does that, how could his madness intent possibly suppress his slaughter intent? He gazed at the woman and asked, Big sis, what do you think? Butcher gazed at her too. Bai Jixian gazed at her with slight curiosity in her eyes. Because based on Butcher and the old man's attitude, her status seemed to be very high. The woman seemed very ordinary to Bai Jixian, very, very ordinary. She wore an old linen dress with flower patterns, had a slightly chubby figure, and her appearance couldn't be described as ugly but was absolutely not beautiful. Moreover, she didn't have a special bearing, and she seemed like a very, very ordinary middle-aged woman. She glanced at Bai Jixian and said, When I said he isn't bad, I didn't mean his natural talent. He entered that state of madness because of her. Butcher was puzzled. So? Fool! The slovenly old man shook his head. It proves that he's a loyal person. Simply speaking, he isn't a bad person deep down. Otherwise, the old man would have never brought him here and even let this kid use all the wealth he possessed. When have you ever seen that old man do something that didn't benefit him? I dare not guarantee anything else, but am certain there are secrets he carries that even we do not know about, and it's a huge secret. Meanwhile, the woman shook her head. Butcher, you decide what to do. But I have a suggestion. Butcher replied. Please do tell, she said. Instead of a sword, I think he may be more suited for the saber. If he does, his future attainments will definitely surpass you, and even surpass your primal saber sex founding ancestor. Impossible! Butcher jumped. Big sis, you must be joking. Hell surpass me? Surpass my founding ancestor? The slovenly old man hesitated for a moment and said, Big sis, if you say hell surpass Butcher, then I think it may not be impossible. But surpassing the founding ancestor of the primal saber sect? You should know who the founding ancestor of the primal saber sect was, the primal saber emperor. During the primal era, he wasn't a god, but he had the strength to kill gods. No other saber cultivator has ever been able to surpass him. The woman glanced at the old man and said, Not in the past, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible now. The slovenly old man laughed bitterly. Big sis, can you tell us why you think so highly of him? The woman gazed at Butcher and asked, Third brother, do you know what you lack? Butcher shook his head. She spoke solemnly. Your talent in the saber Tao is a few times greater than that kid, but there are two aspects in which you are inferior. Firstly, it's ruthlessness. You aren't hesitant and are decisive enough, but you aren't ruthless enough. But the saber technique of your primal saber sect has ruthlessness at its core. The more ruthless and overbearing you are, the more of its strength you can bring forth. However, you can't fully bring forth any of that. She gazed at Yang Yi, who was lying on the ground outside the village. Haven't you sensed it? His sword technique is ruthless and overbearing to the bone. Especially his ferocity to rather die than bend. It isn't something that just anyone can compare to. This is why he possesses such terrifying combat strength when his natural talent is so ordinary. It is also why you're being suppressed by him upon suppressing your cultivation. Not to mention you, even I may not be able to suppress him in the progenitor realm. Meanwhile, Bai Jixuan suddenly said, He's still mad. The woman glanced at Bai Jixian and nodded. She's right, he has one more quality, and it's that he's mad. She gazed at Butcher. When you suppressed your cultivation and fought him, what did you feel when he attacked you with a blade? Butcher thought for a moment and replied, Pressure. He gazed at her and continued, I understand now. She nodded slightly. The sword is a weapon of slaughter, but if it's in terms of slaughter, how can it compare to the saber? His ruthlessness and madness is absolutely good for the saber. Butcher hesitated for a moment and said, But I think that he's quite extreme, and if he cultivates my primal saber sex technique, hell make it descend into the path of demons. The woman glanced at Butcher. I'm certain now that hell definitely surpass you. Butcher was puzzled. Why? She replied indifferently. What's the point of cultivating in the saber if you're always concerned about everything? She turned around and left with her basket. Once the woman vanished, Butcher gazed at the slovenly old man, and the latter shook his head. You decide if you are going to pass it down to him. However, allow me to give you a reminder. Your primal saber sect has always been passed down to a single heir, so if you make the wrong decision, you may become a sinner of your sect. The old man turned around and left. Butcher fell silent for a long time, and then he walked out of the village. He looked down at Yan Yi, thought for a very, very long time, and then he grabbed one of Yan Yi's legs and dragged him into the village. Come. You're learning saber technique with me. Learning saber technique. In a stone house. Butcher sat on the stone bed, and Yan Yi and Bai Jixian were in front of him. Bai Jixian glanced at Butcher and remained silent. Butcher glanced at Yan Yi, and then he gazed at Bai Jixian. Make him kneel and take me as his master. Take you as his master? Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Senior, he hasn't regained consciousness, so why don't you wait until then? Butcher shook his head. That isn't necessary. His current state is great. In any case, it's only his mind that isn't really clear, but he is no fool. So, ask him to kneel. Bai Jixian hesitated slightly. You're still hesitating? Meanwhile, Butcher suddenly leaped up. Do you know how many extraordinarily monstrous geniuses dream of being my disciple? Suddenly, Yan Yi grabbed the chopper and swung it at Butcher. Bai Jixian was stunned. Butcher's face stiffened as well. Boom! A moment later, the stone house exploded apart, and then a figure was blasted out of the village. It was Yan Yi, of course. Butcher clapped his hands together. Damn it! Have you gotten addicted to killing? You just always want to kill. Yan Yi suddenly leaped up, and he was above Butcher when he appeared again. A moment later, a blade chopped down at Butcher's head. But just a moment later, Yan Yi was blasted away again. Bai Zixian's eyes lit up from the sight of this. This time, she was certain that Butcher's strength was definitely above the true world realm, and could even be higher. Yan Yi was about to attack again, but Bai Jixian hurriedly went over to him and took his hand. Yan Yi immediately calmed down once she took his hand. Bai Jixian gazed at Butcher and said, Senior, can you wait until he regains consciousness to complete the formalities to become your disciple? Butcher glanced at her and replied angrily. Fine. Fine. Just taking a disciple is so aggrieving. All those years ago, they knelt for 10 days and 10 nights outside just to make me accept them as their disciples. He suddenly appeared in front of Yan Yi and flicked a ray of white light into Yan Yi's forehead. In just a moment, countless pieces of information surged into Yan Yi's mind. Butcher said, Kid, this is the Primal Saber Scroll. It's the core technique of my Primal Saber sect, and it's divided into 3 levels. If you enter the first level, you'll generate profound primal energy. It's a type of profound energy that our founding ancestor created. While it isn't in the top 10 energies, it's unique, and it can bring the strength of saber techniques to their limit. If you're able to cultivate it to the 3rd level, its strength won't be any weaker to one of the 10 top energies. Of course, the top 3 are excluded from that. He paused for a moment and continued. As for the saber technique itself, our primal saber sex technique isn't that complicated. Just swing as you like, and there are only 2 moves. However, while they are few, their strength is absolutely heaven-defying. I've placed both those techniques into your mind as well. They are the life isolation and revival cuts techniques. You can train in them yourself. Besides that, they require profound primal energy to bring their strength to their limits. Cultivate them yourself for now. And going to the rear mountain to get some things to help with your training. Damn it! I feel so aggrieved right now. This damn disciple of mine. He turned around and vanished into the distance. Bai Jixian pulled Yan Yi to the side and said, Cultivate, all right? Yan Yi gazed at her with a slightly bewildered gaze. She started gesturing for a while and said, Cultivate, cultivate. A long time later, Yan Yi nodded lightly. Bai Jixian heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, While Yang Yi's mind had been corrupted by the madness intent, he still had his instinct, like the instinct to fight and cultivate. Just like that, Yang Yi started meditating and cultivating the primal saber scroll. Bai Jixian, on the other hand, started on her own cultivation once she confirmed that Yang Yi was cultivating. Just like that, day after day passed. One day, Yang Yi suddenly walked out of the room with the chopper in hand. All along the way, the villagers tried to avoid offending him as they knew he wasn't in a normal state of mind right now, and they even avoided him. They knew he was a madman. Yang Yi arrived at the entrance of the village, and the slovenly old man was snoring on the wooden bench. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the old man, and then a chopper appeared in his grasp. He held it with both hands while his madness intent surged incessantly into it. After that, he placed it against the old man's head. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. "What are you doing?" Chapter 2307 It's an Act. Chapter 2307 It's an Act. As soon as the old man said that, Yang Yi's chopper suddenly sliced down. Hiss! The wooden bench was instantly sliced into bits. However, the slovenly old man had appeared a short distance to Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi turned slowly, and then he started walking in the slovenly old man's direction with the chopper in hand. The old man sized up Yang Yi. "Kid, what the heck is wrong with you? I didn't offend you." However, Yang Yi's figure instantly appeared before the old man, and then he swung the chopper at the old man. The old man grunted coldly and tapped the chopper, causing it to shake violently before Yang Yi's figure was blasted backward with it. But just a moment later, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind the old man, and then he swung the chopper again. The old man frowned slightly and waved his right hand. Bang! A wave of powerful energy slammed Yang Yi out of the village, but it only took a moment for a ray of dazzling saber energy to surge in from the outside. The old man tapped his finger forward. Bang! The saber energy exploded apart and was obliterated. At the instant it was shattered, a chopper descended toward the old man's head. With madness intent there to enhance it, cracks appeared in space wherever it passed. The space here couldn't be compared to the space in the outside world because even true Tao realm experts couldn't do anything to the space here. The chopper descended. The old man frowned slightly, and then he vanished on the spot. Hiss! A bottomless rift appeared in the ground. Meanwhile, the old man had appeared behind Yang Yi, and Yang Yi swung his chopper backward. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted out of the village again. This time, the old man had clearly struck a heavier blow, so it took quite some time for Yang Yi to stand up again. But once he did, he charged at the old man again. The old man's eyelids twitched. "Kid! Don't even think you can do as you please because you're mad!" As soon as he finished speaking, he clawed at Yang Yi from afar, and a black claw grabbed Yang Yi's body and immobilized him. But just a moment later, a sword surged up into the air and pierced a hole through the hand. An instant later, Yang Yi swung the chopper down with both hands. Hiss! The hand exploded into pieces. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, leaped up, and arrived above the old man before chopping down with both hands again. The old man frowned slightly. He gradually clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away once more, and he flew all the way to the village's entrance. But it only took a moment for him to crawl back up. The old man was about to attack again when Yang Yi suddenly sheathed his sword by his waist, and then walked swiftly into the village. It only took a while for him to vanish from the old man's sight. The old man was slightly stunned. "You don't want to fight anymore?" He gazed in that direction for a long time, and only after a while passed and Yang Yi still didn't attack him did he finally confirm that Yang Yi didn't want to fight anymore. What the heck? The old man was displeased, but he didn't go looking for Yang Yi. He just got another wooden bench, laid down on it, and it didn't take long for him to start snoring. In the room. Yang Yi returned to the room, and Bai Jixian appeared before him. She gazed at him for a long time and said, "You went to fight?" Yang Yi seemed puzzled. She sighed softly. "Don't act rashly here, understand?" Yang Yi didn't answer her. Bai Jixian continued, I don't know why they think so highly of you, but as far as you're concerned, it's an absolutely huge fortuitous encounter. So, you must hold on tight to it. Understand? Suddenly Yang Yi grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Bai Zixian's figure stiffened. As he hugged her, his palms suddenly slid down her waist toward her butt. Bai Zixian's expression changed slightly, and she moved aside. Suddenly Yang Yi frowned. At the same time, he placed his hand against the chopper by his waist. Moreover, madness and intent gradually appeared around him. Bai Jixian was shocked by this and hurriedly walked over to Yang Yi. She hesitated for a moment and took his hand. However, Yang Yi pulled her into his arms once more, and then his palm gradually slid down again. Bai Zixian's figure stiffened. She hesitated for a moment and didn't move aside in the end. She really didn't want him to go crazy right now. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't do anything besides copping a few feels. Just like that, they hugged for a long time before Yang Yi slowly calmed down. In the next few days, Yang Yi and Bai Jixian started cultivating again. During this time, Wang Aria's grandfather and butcher never came. Time trickled by. 2 weeks passed. Suddenly, some changes occurred on Yang Yi. Threads of bronze energy appeared on him, and they flowed through his meridians throughout his body. In the beginning, there was quite a little of it, but the energy gradually grew in amount. A long time later, Yang Yi suddenly stood up and left the bamboo house. Yang Yi arrived in the village again, and the villagers immediately moved aside upon catching sight of him. Presently, Butcher wasn't the one who they absolutely couldn't offend in Eternal Village, and it was Yang Yi. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the entrance of the village. The old man was snoring on the wooden bench with a wine gourd by his mouth. Yang Yi walked over to the old man with the chopper in his grasp, and then he chopped at the old man's head. The old man suddenly opened his eyes when the blade was about to strike his head, and then the blade stopped just half an inch away from his head. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed the hilt of the chopper with his left hand and pressed down. Hiss! The old man vanished, and the wooden bench was obliterated. Yang Yi suddenly turned around and swung the chopper in a sweeping motion. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space hissed while a wave of powerful saber energy rippled out from the chopper. The old man tapped his finger forward, and it tapped straight against the saber energy. Bang! The saber energy exploded apart, but the old man was pushed 3 steps back. 3 steps. The old man glanced at his finger, and he noticed that the tip of it had been cut open. He frowned and gazed at Yang Yi. You've actually formed profound primal energy, you. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed the chopper with both hands, moved his legs outwards slightly, and then countless strands of profound primal energy surged madly into the chopper. Moreover, madness and intent converged incessantly toward it as well. Crack! The space around Yang Yi gradually started to crack. The old man frowned. Kid, I'm going to get serious if you don't wake up a little. Hiss! Suddenly, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of dazzling saber energy that surged up into the clouds, and then a huge beam of saber energy shot down from above. Everywhere it passed, space was sliced open, and a huge spatial rift appeared from the sky to the ground. It seemed like it had sliced the world into 2, and it was an absolutely shocking sight. The old man's expression finally changed at the sight of this. Life isolation! What the heck? Wait, this kid used the sword domain too, what the fuck? As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of powerful aura surged up into the air, and it was accompanied by a spear. The saber energy struck the spear. Boom! The area shook violently, and then the spear and saber energy exploded apart. Boom! Boom! The area suddenly started quaking, and with the village at the center, the mountains and earth in a huge area had started to tremble violently. It was like an earthquake. The most terrifying thing was that when those 2 types of energies shattered in midair, countless ripples of invisible aftershocks surged toward the surroundings and descended toward the village. If they entered the village, it was obvious that the village would be obliterated. The old man was shocked and was about to do something, but the world suddenly seemed like it had frozen. It had frozen. The aftershock and energy that exploded forth from the collision had stopped on the spot, and the world gradually calmed down. Around a breath of time later, everything returned to normal. Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman walked out of the village. She glanced coldly at the slovenly old man. "Are you trying to destroy this village?" The old man pointed at the sky. "Big sis, it's none of my business. It's that kid. He just keeps trying to kill me for some reason. Just a while ago, he snuck up to me, and then swung his chopper at me. I almost died from that." The woman looked up at the sky, stretched out her hand upward, and then pulled down. Bang! A wave of powerful energy surged up into the sky, and then a figure fell from the sky and crashed into the ground before her. Bang! The entire ground shook violently. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground, and he walked in her direction with the chopper in his grasp. She just gazed coldly at him in silence. Meanwhile, the slovenly old man suddenly smiled while taking joy in Yang Yi's imminent misfortune, and he thought in his heart, "Kid, you're going to suffer now. Even your master and that old man can't save you, you little bastard!" It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive around 3 kilometers away from her. Right when the old man thought Yang Yi would attack her, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and charged at him. The middle-aged woman felt speechless. Meanwhile, the old man was stunned for a moment, and then he leaped up with rage and cursed. "He's putting on an act! It's definitely an act! He's not mad!" Chapter 2308 The Sword 2. Chapter 2308 The Sword 2. An act. At this moment, the slovenly old man felt that Yang Yi was definitely acting like he was mad. Obviously, Yang Yi knew the middle-aged woman was strong, so he actually refused to attack her. Just think about it, how could a madman possibly be so rational? Meanwhile, a palm suddenly pressed down on Yang Yi's shoulder. Bang! A wave of powerful aura suppressed Yang Yi on the spot. She sized up Yang Yi and said, "It isn't an act. Impossible!" The old man refused to believe it. "Big sis, you saw it yourself. This fellow..." She shook her head. "Instinct, it was an instinctive reaction." She gazed at him and continued, "Why does he keep looking for you? I want to know the answer to that too." The old man spoke angrily. "For some reason this kid just keeps trying to chop me into bits. I don't remember ever offending him." She sized up Yang Yi and said, "He probably wants to train with you." The old man felt speechless. She said, "His speed of cultivation is pretty good. He actually attained the first level of the primal saber scroll in such a short while, and he even succeeded at cultivating life isolation. Even though it only has its form, but not its essence, it's still difficult to come by. Especially after it has been enhanced by his sword domain and madness intent. They make its strength quite extraordinary." "Big sis." Meanwhile, the old man asked, "He can still use the sword domain with a saber in his grasp? Why not?" She glanced at the old man. "There are numerous grand daos, yet they all converge and lead to the same path. Of course, using the sword domain on a saber isn't as powerful as using it on a sword, but his madness intent makes his saber technique completely different from Third Brother. Third Brother's attacks are swift, accurate, and carry a righteous aura, but this fellow's attacks can be described with 2 words, mad and ruthless." The old man asked, "Which one of them is more promising?" The woman shook her head. "That depends on them. However, this kid's blade is more terrifying. His blade is used to kill. Once he enters into a state of madness, he won't stop until the other person is dead. You don't feel any pressure now because your strength far surpasses his, and you suppress him with your realm of cultivation. But if you're near his realm of cultivation, you'll sense how terrifying his blade is." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and shook his head. "Even in the primal era, this fellow would definitely be able to survive and even become an overlord. But this character of his... I wonder if it's a good thing or bad thing for the primal saber sect." She closed her eyes slowly. "Who knows? Right, don't harm him if he comes to practice with you again. Just practice with him. Since he's third brother's disciple, he's half a disciple to us too. The old man laughed bitterly. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown mercy. Oh, big sis, why does that sly old man think so highly of this kid? She replied indifferently. Ask him yourself. She glanced toward the distance and said, Little girl, come with me. There was a woman standing there, Bai Ji Xian. Actually, she'd arrived a long time ago. However, she didn't show herself once she determined that they had no intent to harm Yang Yi. Bai Ji Xian thought for a moment on the spot and left with her. The slovenly old man had quite a bit of embarrassment on his face. Big sis is still as hot-tempered as always. Once she left, Yang Yi regained his freedom. Once he was free again, Yang Yi grabbed his chopper with both hands and swung it at the old man. The slovenly old man felt speechless. Just like that, they started fighting again. This time, the old man didn't push Yang Yi back, and he just dodged and blocked Yang Yi's every attack. Just like that, rumbling resounded incessantly from outside the village. In the village, the middle-aged woman arrived at a garden. She withdrew a basket and passed it to Bai Ji Xian. Help me gather some vegetables. Bai Ji Xian glanced at the woman. She didn't refuse and just took the basket before walking into the garden. Just like that, they each held a basket and started picking the vegetables in the garden. A short while passed, and then Bai Ji Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior. The woman suddenly said, You can call me Auntie Veg. Bai Ji Xian thought for a moment and asked, Auntie Veg, do you have any requests? Auntie Veg walked over to Bai Ji Xian with her basket and squatted down beside her. Little girl, I remember that old man gave you a spatial ring, so why did you refuse it? Bai Ji Xian fell silent. The woman smiled. You like that kid? Bai Ji Xian shook her head. Senior, you may not know it, but he thinks I'm someone else. Oh? The woman stopped what she was doing and said, Tell me about it. Bai Ji Xian fell silent for a while and explained. He became like this because the woman he loved was killed by an organization in the outside world. He was too sad and became like this. The woman nodded slightly. I didn't expect him to be someone like that. She gazed at Bai Ji Xian and continued. What about you? Bai Ji Xian was puzzled. Me? The woman said. We're cultivators, so whenever we do things, even when it comes to emotions, we should follow our hearts. If we like something, we like it. If we dislike something, we dislike it. If you like something, strive to obtain it. If you dislike something, decisively choose to give up on it. Bai Ji Xian fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman walked over to Bai Ji Xian and sat by her side. She said, Do you know why that old man offered you that spatial ring and asked you to leave him? Bai Ji Xian gazed at her. Why? She smiled. If you took that spatial ring, I guarantee that you wouldn't be able to leave this place. He would kill me? Bai Zixian's expression changed slightly. Why? The woman explained. Because that kid is someone he chose. I don't know why he chose that kid, but I'm certain that kid is hiding some kind of secret. Obviously, that old man doesn't want anyone with ill intent to be by that kid's side. So, he offered you that spatial ring to test you. Luckily, you had some feelings for him, and that's why he didn't kill you and gave you eternal crystals instead. Bai Ji Xian spoke solemnly. Auntie Veg, why did he choose Yang Yi? She shook her head slightly. I don't know. She stood up slowly. I need someone to help me manage this garden of mine. Are you willing to be that person? Bai Ji Xian stood up, and then she knelt down before the woman. Master. The woman looked up at the sky. I'm a successor of the Immortal Slayer sect from the Primal Era. If you become my disciple, it represents joining my Immortal Slayer sect. Are you willing? Bai Ji Xian naturally wouldn't refuse. Yes. The woman nodded slightly and raised her hands. Bai Ji Xian was immediately lifted up by a wave of energy, and the middle-aged woman said, From this moment onward, you'll stay with me. In the next year, the amount you learn will depend on your own luck. Bai Ji Xian was puzzled. A year? The woman nodded. A year. 1 year from now, this village will vanish, and we will vanish too. Don't ask me why. You'll find out when you should find out. Bai Jixian glanced at her, and she grew even more curious about everything in this place. After that day, Bai Jixian stayed with the woman, and Yang Yi practiced with the slovenly old man every day. As time trickled by, Yang Yi's saber technique grew in speed, ferocity, and strength. At the village's entrance, many villagers would spectate whenever Yang Yi went to the village's entrance. Yang Yi had the chopper in his grasp as he walked over to the slovenly old man, and the latter gazed at him and said, "Kid, bring it." Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when he appeared again. After that, Yang Yi transformed into numerous afterimages, and the spectators could only see rays of light and nothing more. Madness Saber Technique. Someone exclaimed. Madness Saber Technique! That was what they were here to watch. Sometime during his training, Yang Yi had formed his own Madness Saber Technique. It was called Madness Saber Technique because Yang Yi swung like a man and every single time he attacked. A breath of time later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, but the saber energy was still there. Yang Yi put the saber away and left. Meanwhile, the slovenly old man stretched out his hand and touched the space in front of him. There was a palm-sized rift there. A spatial rift. Above the spatial rift was 100 marks from a saber. 100 swings in a breath of time. He looked up at Yang Yi's vanishing figure, and there was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. In the beginning, when Yang Yi came to him to practice, Yang Yi's saber technique was just a series of random swings. But as time passed, he noticed that Yang Yi's saber technique was growing slightly different. Firstly, it was growing in speed. Secondly, every single swing struck at the same spot. Moreover, Yang Yi could swing 100 times in a breath of time. That wasn't terrifying. The true terrifying part was that no matter how he dodged, Yang Yi's 100 strikes would still strike the same spot. For example, if Yang Yi's fist swing struck his hand, then the second, the third, and every swing after that would strike his hand. The most terrifying part was that the speed and strength of every single strike was the same. That was why he didn't forcefully block Yang Yi's attack just now. Because even he couldn't block it without suffering any injury. But his realm of cultivation was far above Yang Yi. Of course, even though he couldn't stop Yang Yi's madness sword technique without suffering any injury, he could destroy it. However, if he destroyed it by force, it would injure Yang Yi. So, he chose to dodge. The slovenly old man was quite shocked. Because Yang Yi was only at the progenitor realm. But he was very well aware that even a true Void Realm expert wouldn't be able to break open the space here with ease. But Yang Yi had accomplished that just now. This represented that Yang Yi's combat strength was at the true Void Realm. But Yang Yi was just at the progenitor realm. 3 days later, Yang Yi arrived at the village's entrance with his chopper, and the old man immediately jumped up from his wooden bench. He was still quite vigilant against Yang Yi. The kid before him would use surprise attacks. On one occasion, had gotten drunk and fell asleep, and had almost had his throat slit by Yang Yi. So, he didn't dare to underestimate Yang Yi or be careless when facing Yang Yi anymore. The old man gazed at Yang Yi with vigilance because Yang Yi never said a word before attacking. Sure enough, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when he appeared again. Just as before, rays of saber energy surged toward the old man. 100 swings in a breath of time. However, the old man managed to dodge 100 times in a breath of time. At the instant Yang Yi's final swing descended, a smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. But just a moment later, his expression changed drastically, and he forcefully twisted his body and dodged over 30 m away. There was a deep gash in his stomach. The old man was stunned, and then he looked up at Yang Yi and cursed furiously. "Motherfucker! You're using your sword too? The sword too?" Yang Yi stood not too far away from the old man, and he had the chopper in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. Chapter 2309 Moving Mountains. Chapter 2309 Moving Mountains. The sword. While Yang Yi was practicing in the saber, he was a sword cultivator. A formidable sword cultivator. The old man had overlooked that until now, because Yang Yi had been constantly using the saber. But just a moment ago, Yang Yi had suddenly used the sword and caught him off guard, causing him to suffer an injury, even if it wasn't huge or serious. But the old man was extremely shocked. Yang Yi's saber technique, the madness saber technique, allowed Yang Yi to swing 100 attacks in a breath of time, and all 100 overlapped with each other. It could be said to be at Yang Yi's limit because every single swing carried his full strength. The madness saber technique excelled in its explosive force in an instant by overlapping so many attacks. It was like chopping a tree at the exact same spot, so it wouldn't take long for the tree to be chopped down. Conversely, if every single hit didn't descend on the same spot, it would definitely take much longer to chop down the same tree. 100 strikes in a breath of time was Yang Yi's limit. That was what the old man thought, and reality was no different from his expectations. But he hadn't expected Yang Yi to use his sword to continue the attack, and he never imagined the transition to be so fluid. Because madness saber technique required the support of profound primal energy, and those 100 swings exhausted all of it. That was why Yang Yi left every single time he finished swinging 100 times. It was because he had no more profound primal energy. But his sword didn't use profound primal energy. In other words, Yang Yi was in a completely new state when he raised his sword upon using his madness saber technique. It could be said to be a move that perfected his technique. He injured you. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. The old man looked over and saw Butcher. But at this moment, Butcher was in quite an embarrassing state. Butcher's face had a deep bloody injury, and it was still open, so blood was seeping out incessantly from it. Besides that, there were around 10 more bloody injuries throughout his body. Every single one of them was extremely deep. Besides that, he was holding a big black bag in his hand. However, Butcher's eyes were filled with surprise right now. The old man replied indifferently, "I was caught off guard." Meanwhile, Butcher walked over to Yang Yi and sized him up. Suddenly, Yang Yi tightened his grip on the chopper and seemed like he was about to attack. However, he didn't do so in the end and just walked away. "I keep having the feeling that he's putting on an act," the old man continued. "Did you see that? He's absolutely smart. He refuses to fight those who are too strong, and he refuses to fight when his profound primal energy is depleted too. Damn it! Which man is that intelligent?" Butcher replied. "I didn't expect him to be able to attain the first level in such a short while. Moreover, that saber technique. It was something he comprehended himself. Be honest, what do you think of it?" The old man fell silent for a short while and replied, "It isn't a huge threat to someone like me. However, if it's against true Tao realm or true Void realm experts, it would be a nightmare for them. Actually, I'm more amazed by his ability to merge the saber and sword as one. That attack with his sword was truly perfection." He gazed at Butcher and continued, "This kid is absolutely ruthless, and his combat instinct is formidable too. I'm certain that he fought his way to where he is right now. Otherwise, it's impossible to possess such instinct in his realm of cultivation, and it's impossible for him to be so ruthless. In short, you got lucky? Even if that kid can't surpass the founding ancestor of your sect, I'm certain he won't bring shame to your sect, and he may even allow the Primal Era's Primal Saber sect to be renowned in the world once more and go down in history." Butcher chuckled and gazed at the old man. "Second brother, your evaluation of him is very high." The slovenly old man spoke softly. "To be honest, after knowing him for so long, I really admire that kid." He gazed at Butcher and continued, "Stop acting. You seemed like you were very unwilling to accept him, but you were actually overjoyed then, right?" Butcher replied solemnly, "I'll be honest. I really do like him. However, I'm really worried about his slaughter Tao. Both his sword and saber are focused on slaughter. I'm sure you're aware that the heavens do not tolerate the slaughter Tao, and no one on that path has been able to avoid a tragic end. I think this kid will be different." The slovenly old man spoke solemnly. "During the Primal Era, There were those who cultivated in the slaughter dao, but I'm sure you're aware that they killed for the sake of killing, and they killed to grow stronger. But this kid uses slaughter to stop slaughter. If it wasn't for that, Big Sis would absolutely not allow you to take him as your disciple or make me practice with him. In the end, he isn't bad, he isn't an unscrupulous person. Butcher chuckled. Of course his character is fine. Otherwise, why would that girl stay by his side? Alright, that's enough. I'm going to help that kid nourish his body. I'm going to improve that kid's arms to be the point of the moving mountain realm. The old man asked. You killed that desolate ape? Butcher nodded. Actually, I didn't want to offend that animal, but it just had to come at me. So, I had no choice but to kill it. The old man glanced at Butcher and hesitated to finish. But with your strength. Butcher spoke solemnly. That sly old man lent me a hand. The slovenly old man refused to believe it. He helped you? Butcher replied. I said it was for that kid's arms, and so he helped. The old man frowned slightly. What is it that he sees in that kid? Or perhaps that kid is his illegitimate child? Butcher shook his head. Forget that. In going to see that kid, I have to say that he really gave me a pleasant surprise. Ha ha. Butcher vanished on the spot. The slovenly old man shook his head and returned to the village's entrance. In a stone house, Yan Yi sat cross-legged as he meditated in cultivation. Butcher and Bai Jixian weren't too far away. There was a huge pot at the center of them, and Bai Jixian was ceaselessly placing wood beneath the pot. A pile of black meat was within the pot. Bai Jixian glanced at Butcher and asked, Senior, what is this? Butcher stirred the meat in the pot. Since you're Big Sis' disciple, you're one of us. While we're not from the same sect, you can still call me Third Martial Uncle. Bai Jixian nodded slightly. Third Martial Uncle, Butcher explained. This is the meat of a desolate ape. It's a descendant of a primal demon. If it's judged based on the realms of cultivation in the outside world, it's above the true world realm. While its primal demon bloodline is scarce and impure, it still has some of it. So, it's very beneficial, especially to this kid. This pot of meat will improve his arms by a level, or as my primal saber sect calls it, the moving mountain realm. The moving mountain realm? Bai Jixian asked. A realm of body cultivation? Butcher shook his head. No, it's a realm of cultivating the arms in my primal saber sect. Very few in my sect have ever cultivated the body, and most of us just cultivate the arms. The stronger your arms are, the stronger your blade will be. So, our ancestors created an arm cultivation technique, and it's divided into 3 realms. The moving mountain realm, raising ground realm, and heaven shaker realm. Bai Jixian said. His body is already in the true Dao realm. Is it beneficial to his saber technique? Butcher replied. Of course. Not only is it beneficial, it's very beneficial. Actually, I really admire him for being able to cultivate the body to such a level. Body cultivators have it the worst among all types of cultivators, so being able to cultivate his body to such an extent represents that he has suffered a lot. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. All right. Meanwhile, Butcher said, Let him eat. I want to eat too. Suddenly, a young girl appeared nearby. It was Wang Area. Butcher glanced at her. Go on, it's enough for both of you. Wang Area chuckled, ran over to the pot, and then scooped up a piece of meat and started eating. Bai Jixian walked over to Yang Yi's side and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Yang Yi immediately opened his eyes, and she pointed at the meat in the pot. Eat. Yang Yi gazed at the pot, and then he stood up, walked over, and scooped up a piece of meat. He was about to eat when he seemed to have thought of something, and then he swiftly turned around and passed it to Bai Jixian. Bai Jixian was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised it to her again. Bai Jixian just gazed at Yang Yi, and 2 streams of clear tears gradually seeped out from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, her heart was slowly melting. You eat too. Meanwhile, Butcher suddenly said, It's enough for all 3 of you, and it's very beneficial to you too. Bai Jixian accepted it from Yang Yi and started chewing gently. It could be described as tasting terrible, but Bai Jixian felt that it was exceptionally sweet. Meanwhile, one area cursed as she ate. "Butcher, can't you cook it a little better? How did you make something that tastes so terrible?" Butcher replied indifferently. "You don't have to eat it." One area glared at him. "I want once I'm full." Butcher was at a loss for words. It didn't take long for the entire pot to be shared amongst them. Once she finished eating, one area patted her stomach. "I'm going to sleep. Butcher, don't forget to call me next time." She vanished into the distance once she finished speaking. Bai Jixian glanced at Wang Aria's vanishing figure and said, "She's really strong." Butcher spoke softly. "Her identity isn't ordinary at all." Bai Jixian was about to ask more when Butcher gazed at Yang Yi. He withdrew a jade bottle. "This is the Desolate Ape's blood essence. Feed it to him, and it'll rapidly activate the energy within him." Bai Jixian nodded, took the bottle, and then poured the blood into Yan Ye's mouth. 3 breaths of time later, Yan Ye's blood vessels suddenly bulged up, and a wave of powerful energy surged through him. Bai Jixian was shocked and hurriedly gazed at Butcher. Butcher placed his right hand against Yan Ye's head, and a wave of powerful energy descended upon Yan Yi, causing the energy within him to gradually converge into his arms. Chapter 23:10 A Lot of Battle. Chapter 23:10 A Lot of Battle. As time trickled by, the veins on Yan Ye's arms started to bulge up. The energy from the Desolate Ape's flesh had erupted within him, and Butcher was guiding them toward Yan Ye's arms. Yan Ye's arms gradually started to transform. Bai Jixian just accompanied him in silence. Only her presence could calm Yang Yi. Otherwise, anyone who approached him would be greeted with the madness saber technique. A long time passed before Butcher withdrew his hands. Yan Ye's eyes were closed tight, and his fists were clenched tight too. His arms were covered in veins that looked like countless little snakes. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at Butcher, and then he slammed his fists at Butcher. Butcher seemed to have expected this. His expression didn't change at all as he raised his hand to defend himself. Bang! An explosion resounded. Bam! Bam! Butcher took around 5 steps back. As for Yang Yi, he charged forward again and slammed his fist at Butcher. Bai Jixian was about to stop Yang Yi, but Butcher suddenly said, "No, he needs to release the extra energy within his arms." Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and stopped on the spot. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slammed his fists at Butcher, over and over again. Butcher didn't counterattack and just blocked them. However, Yang Ye's strength was truly too strong, so even Butcher couldn't block them without being affected at all. So, Butcher was pushed back incessantly. After all, Yang Ye's body was extremely strong, and his arms were even superior to his Buddhist cultivation. Thus, every single punch of his could blast space open. Just like that, around an hour passed before Yang Yi stopped. He was exhausted. At this moment, had vented all the raging energy in his arms, and he was finally exhausted. Butcher glanced at Yang Yi and said, "He hasn't gotten fully used to his strength. Take good care of him. He'll be back once he has recovered." Butcher turned around and left. Bai Jixian gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was lying on the ground, and he seemed completely exhausted. Bai Jixian shook her head and carried Yang Yi into the stone house. She placed him on the bed and was about to leave, but he held tightly to her hand. Bai Jixian was stunned. She hesitated for a moment, and sat by the bed. As she gazed at him on the bed, her eyes gradually lost focus. A day later, Yang Yi appeared in the village with the chopper in his grasp. The chopper! Everyone in the village avoided him. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the entrance to the village. The slovenly old man had sensed Yang Yi's aura and immediately leaped off the wooden bench. He sized up Yang Yi, and then suddenly vanished on the spot. Seized the initiative. It had always been Yang Yi who launched the first strike, but he wanted to do it this time. Yang Yi suddenly raised the chopper and swung it. The old man tapped his finger against the chopper, and then his expression changed at the instant he touched the chopper. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly, and he only stopped after taking a few dozen steps back. As for the old man, while he hadn't been pushed back, the space around him had cracked open. At the same time, a long cut had appeared on his finger. He would have lost his finger if it had gone just a little deeper. The old man sized up Yang Yi's arms and said, "The moving mountain realm, arms that can move a myriad of mountains." Yang Yi was about to attack again when Butcher and Bai Jixian suddenly appeared in front of him. Butcher sized up Yang Yi and smiled. "Not bad, not bad. Your control of strength is really not bad. Come, let's go practice your saber technique. You'll love it." He turned around and walked toward the rear mountains. Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and led Yang Yi over. Meanwhile, the old man appeared by Butcher's side. "Are you sure about taking him to the rear mountains?" Butcher nodded slightly. "Only true battle can allow him to locate the flaws in his saber technique, and only true battle can truly bring forth his potential." The old man spoke solemnly. "It's dangerous." Butcher smiled. "I wouldn't be taking him there if it wasn't dangerous." He paused for a moment and continued. "Second brother, ensure you're aware that we don't have much time left. If we don't make him stronger, he'll probably be killed as soon as he heads out there." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. "True. Be careful then." Butcher nodded, and then he led Yang Yi and Bai Jixian to the rear mountains. It didn't take long for them to vanish into the distance. At the southern parts of the village, a middle-aged woman stood before a bamboo house. It was Auntie Veg. There was an old man at the entrance of the house, and it was Wan Aria's grandfather who'd just returned from the rear mountains. The old man glanced at her and asked, "Do you need something?" She looked him in the eyes. "Old man, why are you doing everything you can to help that kid?" The old man grinned. "So it's that. Do you want the truth or a lie?" "The truth, of course," she continued, "if you're willing to tell me." The old man glanced off into the distance, and a young girl was training with her fists there. It was Wan Aria. The old man replied softly, "I want her to leave this place." Auntie Veg's pupils constricted. "With him?" The old man nodded. She clenched her fist slowly. "Why? Why did you choose him?" The old man shook his head. "I can't tell you." She looked him in the eyes. "Why?" The old man shook his head slightly and entered the house. Auntie Veg frowned on the spot, and no one knew what she was thinking. The rear mountains. As they traveled, Bai Jixian asked, "Third Marshal Uncle, what kind of place is the rear mountains?" Butcher explained. "The rear mountains is a huge mountain behind our village. There are some powerful creatures living there. Most of them are the descendants of powerful primal demons from the primal era, and they are very strong." Bai Jixian spoke solemnly. "Marshal Uncle, you plan to make Yang Yi fight them?" Butcher nodded. "They grew up here, so being able to survive proves that they are ruthless and powerful creatures. They are the best sparring partners for him. I know what you're worried about, but if he doesn't temper himself through battles of life and death, how will he improve himself?" Bai Jixian fell silent. Butcher continued. "He needs battle now, a lot of battle." Butcher stopped and stated, "We're here." Bai Jixian looked up, and a dense forest was ahead of them. Butcher picked up a rock and flicked it forward into the forest. At the same time, he waved his right hand and retreated 300 m away with Bai Jixian. A moment of silence ensued. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of powerful aura rippled out from the forest, and numerous afterimages appeared before Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his chopper and swung it. Bang! A figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi. As soon as he descended to the ground beneath him shook violently. A descendant of a primal demon that looked like a wolf stood before Yang Yi, but it was slightly different than a normal wolf. Its body wasn't huge, but it had 2 sword-like horns on its head, and a very long tail. Skywalker Wolf. Butcher spoke softly by Zixian's side. It's extremely swift with very powerful explosive force, but its defenses are slightly weak. Of course, it still isn't something that kid can penetrate. If he's able to get used to its speed and explosive force, even a true Void Realm expert won't be able to kill him in an instant. Moreover, he would even have the strength to fight them. Bai Jixian nodded slightly and looked up. The Skywalker wolf was staring at Yang Yi with a vicious glow in its eyes. It was about to attack again when Yang Yi suddenly leaped up and arrived before it, and then he swung the chopper in his grasp. Hiss! 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 Numerous horrifying hisses resounded. It was the sound of space being sliced apart. Madness Saber Technique. 100 swings in a breath of time. As soon as Yang Yi's final swing descended, the Skywalker wolf had been blasted around 300 m away, and there was a mark between its horns. The mark was around half a finger deep, and it was just a mark without any blood. Because Yang Yi hadn't been able to slice through its defenses and had merely sliced through a layer of its skin. The wolf was furious. A furious howl resounded, and then afterimages appeared here. Afterimages of the Skywalker wolf. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly. Bai Zixian's pupils constricted slightly, and she clenched her fists. Meanwhile, a figure was being pushed back repeatedly, and it was Yang Yi. He was being completely crushed. In just a short while, countless bloody marks had appeared on him. Just like that, a few dozen breaths passed. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi's figure was blasted away, and as soon as he slammed into the ground over 300 m away, the wolf appeared above him again and slammed its figure down at him once more. Bai Zixian's expression changed and was about to do something, but Butcher stopped her. Butcher gazed coldly into the distance. Is this wolf stronger, or are his enemies in the outside world stronger? Bai Jixian fell silent. Butcher said, We don't have much time left. When the time comes, this place will vanish, and both of you must leave. You'll die if you leave this place with your current strengths. So, he must. He suddenly stopped abruptly, and astonishment covered his face. Bai Jixian was stunned on the spot too. It didn't take long for quite an unsightly expression to appear on their faces. The wolf was rolling on the ground while howling in pain, and Yang Yi was holding something black that was shaped like an eggplant. Something seemed to have vanished from below the Skywalker wolf. Chapter 23:11 Embarrassing. Chapter 23:11 Embarrassing. Butcher and Bai Jixian naturally knew what was missing. Butcher's face was very unsightly, and Bai Jixian was quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, the Skywalker wolf howled with pain for a while before fleeing into the forest. As for Yang Yi, he returned to Bai Zixian's side. Butcher glared fiercely at Yang Yi and left. Head wanted Yang Yi to fight the Skywalker wolf in a battle of life and death in order to arouse his will to fight. But he hadn't expected this to happen. Arouse Yang Yi's will to fight? Yang Yi had sliced off its things, so what else could he possibly do? Actually, Butcher wasn't really angry. Conversely, he felt quite a bit of admiration. The Skywalker wolf's cultivation wasn't exceptionally high, and it was just at the true world realm. However, it was too much higher than Yang Yi's realm of cultivation. So, even if Yang Yi possessed heaven-defying combat strength, he had been completely suppressed in battle and was practically incapable of fighting back. It could be said that Yang Yi was bound to lose miserably. In the beginning, his objective had been to make Yang Yi lose, and lose miserably at that. Because only then would Yang Yi sense danger, and only then could Yang Yi locate the flaws within himself. As far as he was concerned, allowing Yang Yi to experience a few miserable defeats would be beneficial. Yet now, all his plans had gone down the gutter. As for why he felt admiration toward Yang Yi, it was because Yang Yi knew to look for the Skywalker wolf's weak point. While it was quite shameless, who cared about righteousness and fairness in a battle between enemies? Not to mention that it was a battle of life and death. The Skywalker wolf, on the other hand, would definitely be absolutely aggrieved. Because the slightest mistake had costed its little brother. Bai Jixian led Yang Yi back to the village. In the bamboo house, she placed Yang Yi on the bed. Meanwhile, Wang Aria's grandfather walked in, and Bai Jixian stood up. Senior! The old man nodded slightly and sized up Yang Yi. Not bad. Both his body and combat strength are much greater than before. Bai Jixian spoke softly. Allow me to thank you on his behalf. She paused for a moment and continued. We haven't known each other for long, but I do know a bit about his character. Once he regains consciousness, he will definitely repay your kindness. The old man glanced at her and smiled. I'll be honest. I do need his help. However, it's a matter for the future. Just stay here for now. As for your cultivation, my techniques are of no use to him, and he has Butcher to teach him now, so he doesn't need my inheritance anyway. However, I can still help him a little when it comes to his body. He withdrew a fist-sized jade bottle. It's a bottle of marrow-cleansing liquid that I made myself. It can nurture his body. While it won't be able to improve his body by another level, it can stabilize his cultivation in the body. Apply it all over his body later, and once he absorbs it completely, do it again. Twice a day is enough. While his body is in the true Tao realm now, his cultivation isn't stable, so this will be very helpful for him. Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and asked, Everywhere? The old man nodded. Yes. They'll make some other concoctions for him later, so that his body can fully stabilize. He turned around and left the room once he finished speaking. Bai Zixian's expression was quite unsightly. Yang Ye's entire body! A girl like her had to apply it all over Yang Ye's body. Bai Jixian was slightly against it. However, who else could do it? She couldn't ask Butcher or her own master to do it, right? She was facing a dilemma. A huge dilemma. A short while later, Bai Jixian left the bamboo house. However, it didn't take long for her to enter it again, but she left again just a short while later. This time, an entire hour passed before she returned. She walked over to the bed and gazed calmly at Yang Yi. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stretched out his hand, but Bai Jixian didn't do the same. Hiss! A strand of madness intent gradually seemed out from within Yang Yi. Bai Jixian glared at him, and then took his hand. Meanwhile, the madness intent gradually calmed down. A short while later, she took a deep breath and swiftly removed all his clothes. She withdrew the jade bottle that the old man had given her and poured slowly on his chest. In an instant, a droplet of dark green liquid dropped on Yang Ye's chest. Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment, and then she placed her palm on his chest before rubbing lightly. It didn't take long for threads of green liquid energy to seep out from the droplet of dark green liquid. Bai Jixian started to spread the green liquid energy all over Yang Ye's upper body. In just a short while, Yang Ye's entire upper body was covered in a thin layer of green liquid, but his lower body wasn't. Bai Jixian hesitated for a long time before her hand started to slide down. At the same time, her breathing quickened while she slowly started to blush. Actually, at her realm of cultivation, nothing really mattered anymore, including relationships with the other sex. However, that was one thing, and doing this for a man was a completely different thing. If it was before this, she would rather die than do this for someone else. Because she felt it was very dirty, and it was to the extent that she felt the body of a man was a very dirty thing. But at this moment, she didn't feel that Yang Ye's body was dirty. The room was very quiet. Only their breathing could be heard, and it was quickening. They seemed like they were jogging, or training. Just like that, it went on for a long time. Hiss! Finally, a low sound of something tearing through the air resounded. Bai Jixian instantly withdrew her hand, and her beautiful face instantly blushed rosy red as she gazed at her right hand. After that, she glared fiercely at Yang Yi. A long time passed before Yang Ye's entire body was covered in the green liquid. The green liquid didn't enter Yang Ye's body, and they just remained on his skin. Just like that, his skin started to shiver slightly, and a long time passed before they seeped into his body. Or to be more precise, it seeped deep into his marrow. Yang Ye's body was in the true Tao realm, but it was still quite far away from a body that was truly at the true Tao realm. Because the old man had forcefully improved his realm of cultivation. So, while his foundation was very good, he still hadn't improved it gradually, step by step. So, his Buddhist realm of cultivation wasn't stable, and that was why the old man had gone in search of medicinal herbs to make concoctions that would nurture Yan Ye's body. Just like that, time trickled by. 2 days later, Yan Ye's injuries had almost fully healed. After that, Butcher took Yan Yi and Bai Jixian into the rear mountains again. They arrived before the same forest again. Butcher tapped a finger in its direction, and a ray of cold light instantly shot into the forest. Bang! A moment of silence ensued before a wave of terrifying aura surged out from within the forest, and then an afterimage charged at Yan Yi. But it didn't take long for it to stop. It was the Skywalker wolf. A vicious and ferocious glow surged into its eyes when it saw Yan Yi. Obviously, it still remembered Yan Yi. At this moment, another one had grown beneath it. At its level of cultivation, regrowing a few lost limbs wasn't a big deal. However, Yan Ye's deeds were undoubtedly a terrible humiliation for it. A truly terrible humiliation. The wolf roared with fury, and then it pounced at Yan Yi. Yan Yi suddenly looked up, and then he swung his chopper at it. Hiss! A deep mark instantly appeared in space. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yan Yi was blasted away, and countless fine cracks appeared throughout his body. As soon as he stopped himself, the wolf pounced at him again. It was swift. It was too swift. Yan Yi couldn't even dodge it at all. He could only go head-on against such speed. Bang! Madness intent swept out from within Yan Yi, and then Yan Yi stomped his right foot down. His figure soared up into the air, and then he grabbed the chopper with both hands and swung it down. Hiss! This time, it wasn't just a mark that appeared in space, it had cracked open instead. 100 swings in an instant. Yan Yi executed his madness saber technique again. Bang! 100 swings descended, but Yan Yi was blasted away again. However, the Skywalker wolf was blasted away as well. As soon as he stopped himself, Yan Yi licked off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he stomped his right foot down. His figure instantly transformed into a ray of light that charged at the wolf, and the wolf pounced at him too. Bang! As soon as they collided, they were blasted away once more. Yan Yi spat out mouthfuls of blood while the wolf only suffered light injuries. Bai Jixian spoke solemnly. The gap in their cultivations is too high, and so is the gap in their strength and speed. They aren't on the same level at all. Butcher spoke indifferently. He probably doesn't have many opponents in his own realm of cultivation. I want him to surmount his realm of cultivation in battle. I want him to fight stronger existences. Suddenly, a sorrowful howl resounded. Bai Jixian and Butcher were stunned once more. Yan Yi was blasted away, and there was an extremely deep injury in his chest. Even the internal organs within had cracked open. However, there was a black eggplant-shaped object in his grasp. The Skywalker wolf howls incessantly with pain. Butcher's face instantly turned unsightly from the sight of this, and he flashed over to Yan Yi and spoke angrily. Damn it! Can you stop chopping off its thing? Chapter 23 12 You're brave. Chapter 23 12 You're brave. Butcher was truly quite furious this time. Yan Yi had used the same move again. Even though it was effective, and that was the Skywalker wolf's only weak point, it was embarrassing. If word of it were to get out, the Primal Saber sect would probably become a laughingstock. Moreover, he was really curious about why Yan Yi kept using this move. After all, his sect didn't teach this move. Was it another one of his creations? Meanwhile, Bai Jixian hurriedly walked over to Yan Yi. Her heart rose to her throat when she saw the terrible state he was in. She hesitated for a moment and gazed at Butcher. Martial uncle, I think that it doesn't matter what move is used, so long as it can kill, it's a good move. What do you think? Actually, she felt it was a terrible move too, but if she placed herself in his shoes, there was nothing wrong with it. The Skywalker wolf's strength far surpassed Yan Yi, so if he didn't use such a move, he would definitely suffer terribly. Butcher shook his head. This fellow, Forget it, take him to recuperate. I need some time alone. He vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi, and then she took him in her arms and brought him back to the village. In the bamboo house, Yang Yi laid on the bed as his primordial violet energy ceaselessly repaired his body. However, without the primordial pagoda, both its amount and recovery speed were much inferior. Medicine. Bai Jixian withdrew the jade bottle and started applying the green liquid on Yang Yi again. He was subconsciously against this because Yang Yi seemed to enjoy letting her rub the medicine on him. Some unspeakable things always happened. However, no one else but her could do this. Fortunately, she got used to it after some time of doing it. Just like that embarrassing thing occurred once more in the room. At the village entrance, Butcher, the slovenly old man, and Auntie Veg were gathered here. Butcher sat on the ground. He cupped his fist to them and said, "Big sis, second brother, it was supposed to be my own problem, but that place is truly too dangerous, and am not confident in being able to succeed alone. So, I have to ask for your help." Auntie Veg frowned slightly. "You plan to get that saber?" Butcher nodded. "That chopper is extraordinary, but it doesn't suit that kid. His physical strength is tremendous, and the strength in his arms even surpasses some descendants of primal demons. He should use a heavy saber, and that saber of my primal saber sect just happens to be perfect." The old man spoke solemnly. "In the beginning, I thought you accepted him as your disciple for fun, and I never expected you to be serious." "How can I not be serious?" Butcher shook his head. "We don't even know how much longer we'll be able to survive in this place. If I don't pass down my primal saber sect's inheritance to that kid now, my sect will vanish from this world. After all, we're not from the same sect. My sect is only passed down to a single heir. You can't go." Meanwhile, Auntie Veg spoke abruptly. Butcher was puzzled. "Why?" She looked toward the rear mountains. "It's getting more and more unstable over there. The outer area is fine, but the depths of it." She frowned. "They are probably up to something." Butcher and the old man had solemn expressions on their faces. Butcher asked, "What are they up to now?" She replied indifferently, "Escape this place, of course. Unfortunately, it'll all be in vain." "Why?" Butcher spoke solemnly. "According to my knowledge, their bloodlines are extremely pure, and one of them can even be considered as a true primal demon. That fellow has been constantly cultivating all these years, so his strength is probably at the peak of this world. If they join forces, I think they have a chance." Auntie Veg gazed at Butcher. "Do you think that existence has been eating and sleeping all these years? We're constantly growing stronger, but isn't he?" Butcher asked. "Would we have no chance, even if we join them?" She shook her head. "If we had a chance, that sly old man wouldn't be making preparations for his death right now." She stood up slowly. "We don't have much time left. Third brother, if you still have things to teach, then do it. Those two little fellows must leave this place before those fellows start causing trouble. As for those 3 sabers of your primal saber sect, forget them for now." She turned around and left. Butcher spoke solemnly. "This little village has been peaceful for far too long." He vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Butcher led Yang Yi to the rear mountains as soon as he finished recuperating. Bai Jixian naturally went with them. After all, she was the only one who could calm him down, and Yang Yi dared to attack anyone but her. They arrived at the same forest. It wasn't that Butcher was obsessed with it, but the Skywalker Wolf was the only demon he knew that was slightly weaker. The rest of them were too strong, and he was worried that they would be too much for Yang Yi. Butcher glanced at the forest. "I refuse to believe you haven't learned your lesson after suffering that twice." He stomped his right foot down. Bang! The forest shook violently, and then he waved his right hand and moved 300 m back with Bai Jixian. Boom! A black shadow charged out of the forest, and it charged straight at Yang Yi. However, it didn't take long for it to stop. It was the Skywalker Wolf. A ferocious expression instantly covered its face when it saw Yang Yi, and a fierce glow arose in its eyes. It roared incessantly at Yang Yi as if Yang Yi had murdered its mother. Yang Yi slightly twisted his body sideways and tightened his grip on his chopper. However, the wolf just roared and didn't attack. Butcher frowned. What the heck is it doing? Suddenly Yang Yi charged at it. But Bai Jixian and Butcher watched with astonishment as it chose not to fight, and it leaped up and vanished into the forest instead. Both of them were stunned. It fled? Butcher gulped. It fled? What the heck? Bai Jixian felt speechless. A short while passed before Butcher was certain that it had really fled. It had fled. A demon with the bloodline of a primal demon had fled just like that. It had fled without even fighting. Butcher stared at Yang Yi. Obviously, it was afraid that Yang Yi would cut off its thing again. Butcher gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. You're amazing. You have balls. Yang Yi didn't give him any reply. Butcher didn't return to the village and walked deeper into the forest instead. Bring him. And going to find him a new opponent. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. Take care of yourself. She took his hand and followed after Butcher. Just like that, Butcher led them deeper into the rear mountains. The rear mountains was a huge and very dangerous place. That was what Bai Jixian felt. After they passed through the forest, a boundless mountain range appeared before them. During this time, she sensed numerous formidable auras, and they were all at the true world realm at least. Bai Jixian was extremely shocked. She hadn't expected that there were so many extraordinarily strong existences throughout Eternal Secret Realm, but the people outside knew nothing of it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her hand. She turned around and looked at him. He didn't say anything, but a powerful wave of intent had appeared around her. Yang Yi sensed danger, so he was protecting her. Bai Jixian gazed at him for a very long time. Suddenly she touched his face gently and spoke softly. Emotions will be your death. You're wrong. Suddenly Butcher said, those who cherish these emotions and stay loyal may have some shackles in their lives, but it is not necessarily a bad thing. Just like this kid. If he was a ruthless person who stopped at nothing, I'm certain that sly old man would have definitely killed him. Even I would have killed him. You may not be aware of it, but if one area hadn't been there to lead him into the village, he may have died before he could even get into the village. Bai Jixian was puzzled. Why? Butcher smiled. While the people of our village aren't saints, we aren't bloodthirsty killers either. But this kid came in with slaughter intent and madness intent. As far as we were concerned, he isn't a good person. People with slaughter intent are normally bloodthirsty people who kill intentionally just to improve their slaughter intent. People like that can improve their slaughter intent tremendously, but it harms the balance of the world. He smiled and continued. Moreover, this kid has madness intent, and that isn't just as simple as killing. So, in the beginning, I thought he went mad from killing. Bai Jixian felt speechless. Butcher continued. There is too much injustice in this world. You must kill if you wish to resist it, and this kid is clearly not someone who will make compromises or admit defeat. His character makes his life one that will never be peaceful. Butcher shook his head at this point. In short, he's not a good person, but he isn't a bad person either. Bai Jixian fell silent. A good person? A bad person? When she wanted to take Yang Yi's treasures, Yang Yi was a bad person to her, yet now that she was with Yang Yi, she felt that Yang Yi was a good person. The determination of good and bad was usually decided by the interests of the person who was making the judgment. If the person was of help to you, then that person would be a good person. If that person planned to harm you, then even if that person has done many good deeds, that person will still be a bad person to you. Rumble. Suddenly, the mountain range shook violently. Butcher's expression changed as he looked off into the distance, and his pupils constricted. Bai Zixian's countenance had turned ghastly pale. A towering giant was walking slowly from the distant mountain range. It was taller than the mountain range itself, and every step it took would instantly flatten a mountain. The giant was walking in their direction, and it was walking in the direction of the village. Chapter 23:13 Mysterious Place. Chapter 23:13 Mysterious Place. The towering giant shook the mountains and earth with every step it took. Bai Jixuan spoke solemnly. "What is that?" Butcher replied solemnly. "A primal titan! Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed, and then he swung his palm in a slicing motion like it was a saber. Hiss! A ray of saber energy flashed. Bang! An afterimage was blasted away. It was the Skywalker wolf. The Skywalker wolf had been following them, and Butcher was aware of that. However, he hadn't done anything about it because he felt that its target was definitely Yang Yi. If it launched a surprise attack against Yang Yi, it would be perfect for training Yang Yi's senses toward detecting danger. So, he hadn't done anything about it. But he hadn't expected to encounter a primal titan here. Moreover, the Skywalker wolf just had to attack at this moment. Butcher turned around, and he noticed that the primal titan was looking at them. His expression instantly changed from the sight of this. A moment later, the primal titan slammed its fist at them from afar. Butcher's gaze gradually turned icy cold. He waved his right hand, and the chopper by Yang Yi's waist instantly descended into his grasp. A moment later, a ray of saber energy surged up into the clouds, and then an extremely long beam of saber energy shot down from the sky. Life isolation. It stretched from the sky to the earth. Yang Yi had executed this move that day too. However, it was very much inferior in terms of speed, strength, and concentration of saber energy. It seemed like it could split the heavens and the earth. The primal titan sensed danger from it, so it swiftly pulled back its hand and pressed its palms together. The saber energy descended. Bang! The primal titan was blasted over 30 kilometers back, but Butcher's saber energy had been stopped between its palms. Butcher's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this, and there was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. He gazed at Yang Yi and Bai Jixuan, and then he said, "Go back to the village from the side, I'll lead it away. Remember not to use any profound energy or fly because the demons hiding in the area will sense your presence." Bai Jixuan nodded, and then she took Yang Yi's hand and left. She was very well aware that they would be of no help if they stayed. However, Yang Yi refused to leave. Butcher was stunned by this and smiled. "Kid, you're not bad after all. But your master doesn't need your help, so you." Suddenly, Yang Yi walked over to him and took the chopper from Butcher's grasp while Butcher and Bai Jixuan watched with shock. After that, he took Bai Zixian's hand and left. Butcher was stunned for a moment, and then he cursed. "Were you a bandit in your last life? I haven't even passed that down to you yet, you." Meanwhile, a powerful aura assaulted him from behind. Butcher turned around swiftly and pressed his palms together. In an instant, a long saber appeared in his grasp. This was his real weapon. Butcher swung the saber forward. Hiss! The space in front of him cracked open. Meanwhile, Bai Jixuan was leading Yang Yi swiftly toward the village. All along the way, an extremely solemn expression covered her face. It was because she sensed numerous powerful auras. Suddenly Yang Yi stopped. She gazed at him, and he pulled her behind him. At the same time, an afterimage flashed toward them. It was the Skywalker wolf. Bang! A wave of powerful intent swept out from within Yang Yi. Madness intent. It surged incessantly into the chopper, and then Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and soared up into the air before swinging the chopper with both hands. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away, and the wolf was pushed almost 300 m back. But it only took a moment for it to pounce at Yang Yi again. Hiss! Only afterimages were visible here, and the wolf seemed like it had disappeared. It was too fast. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was above it when he appeared once more. An instant later, he swung the chopper rapidly. Madness saber technique. 100 swings in a breath of time. This time, Yang Yi hadn't aimed at its head, but its eyes instead. The wolf's skin was too thick, so his attacks couldn't penetrate it at all. Only its eyes and nether regions could be chopped. The wolf had clearly noticed Yang Yi's intentions, so it immediately closed its eyes. At the same time, Yan Yes attack struck its eyes. Hiss! 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 Dazzling sparks flickered from its eyes, but Yan Yes attack still wasn't able to cut through its eyelids. At the same time, it slapped its claw at his chest. Bang! Yan Yi was slapped away again. Suddenly, Bai Jixian vanished on the spot, and then a huge ethereal palm appeared above the wolf. A moment later, it descended swiftly, catching the wolf off guard and hitting it. Bang! The wolf was instantly blasted far away. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly appeared above it, and then a ray of saber energy descended. The wolf looked up at Yan Yi. A vicious glow flashed through its eyes, and then it slapped its claws against the ground. Boom! It transformed into an afterimage that slammed against Yan Yi. It didn't choose to dodge Yan Yes' attack and had chosen to go head-on against it instead. Because it was very well aware that it would definitely win if this continued. Yan Yes' body was inferior to it, and so was Yan Yes' strength and speed. So, Yan Yi would absolutely be unable to persist for long in a head-on battle. Of course, the precondition was that its sting wasn't chopped off by Yan Yi. Now, the Skywalker wolf was very, very cautious, and it didn't give Yan Yi the slightest opportunity to get near to it. Man and wolf collided in midair once more. Bang! A wave of powerful energy rippled out in the sky, and everywhere it passed, everything before it was obliterated. Moreover, the powerful force of it even pushed them back repeatedly. As soon as he stopped himself, Yan Yi stomped his right foot down, and then he transformed into a ray of saber energy that shot up into the air. A moment of silence ensued, and then a huge beam of saber energy surged down from the clouds. Life isolation! The wolf howled with fury, and then it leaped up and charged at Yan Yes' attack. Boom! The saber energy descended, and a loud explosion resounded through the sky. An instant later, a howl of pain came from there, and then the wolf was blasted away. It flew all the way until it slammed against a mountain. As soon as Yang Yi descended to the ground, mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him, and countless cracks appeared throughout his body. Threads of blood started seeping out incessantly from them. Bai Jixian was shocked by this and hurriedly took his hand. Let's go! She was about to walk off into the distance when Yang Yi stopped on the spot. She gazed at him, and she pulled her swiftly toward a different direction. Meanwhile, behind them, rumble! The rumbling of numerous creatures dashing resounded, and then it didn't take long for a howl of pain to resound from there. It was the Skywalker wolf. Yan Yes' battle with the Skywalker wolf had alarmed the other demons in the surroundings, and so they'd come. A few breaths of time later, a black shadow flashed out of the forest like a bolt of lightning and vanished into the distance. It was the Skywalker wolf. Behind it were numerous colossi pursuing it. However, they were clearly inferior in speed to it. So, it didn't take long for it to leave all of them behind. Meanwhile, Yan Yi had brought Bai Jixian into a boundless mountain. Yan Yi wasn't traveling based on direction, he was just fleeing in the direction he sensed no danger. So, it didn't take long for Bai Jixian and him to lose their sense of direction. Yan Yi didn't mind, but Bai Zixian's expression gradually became solemn. Danger! The rear mountains weren't a place that she or Yan Yi could be. Their strength was far from sufficient to survive here. They had to get back to the village. But how would they do that now? Yan Yi pulled her along and continued toward the distance. He suddenly stopped after running for a while, and then he pulled her toward a different direction. Bai Jixian knew that Yan Yi had sensed a powerful demon. While Yan Yes' mind wasn't in a very normal state, he was no fool. If he felt that he was no match for something, he wouldn't fight that existence. For example, in the village, he would seek battle with the slovenly old man, but he would absolutely not try to fight Bai Zixian's master, Andy Veg, nor would he seek out Wang Aria's grandfather. At this moment, if he refused to go in a direction, it was absolutely because he sensed a powerful demon in that direction, and it was a demon that far surpassed him in strength. Moreover, Yan Yi had activated the sword domain around them, and their auras were completely stopped from leaking out. His current sword domain wasn't what it used to be, and its ability to conceal could even stop those powerful demons from discovering their presence. Thus, so long as they didn't use any profound energy or cause a commotion, they were quite safe under normal circumstances. Just like that, they continued forward, hand in hand. Bai Jixian could only allow Yang Yi to lead her forward now, because she had no other choice. She just hoped that Butcher would be able to get back safely and bring Auntie Veg along in search of them. Of course, she wasn't certain that they would come for her and Yang Yi. They continued forward for some time before Yang Yi suddenly stopped. There was a corpse in front of them. It was huge like a hill, and it was clearly a primal demon. The corpse was headless, and the cut at its neck was smooth as a mirror. It seemed like it had been sliced off by a sharp weapon. The corpse was covered in weeds, and its lower half was partially buried beneath the earth. Obviously, it had been dead for a very, very long time. Yang Yi suddenly pulled Bai Jixian forward. As they walked, shock gradually appeared in Bai Zixian's eyes. Corpses. Many, many corpses. There were demons and humans amongst them, and even some strangely shaped creatures. Besides that, there were many eternal treasures on the ground. Eternal treasures were artifacts that were merely inferior to treasures like the primordial acts of creation. They were called eternal treasures because most of the eternal artifacts in Eternal Border had come from the eternal universe. While they were inferior to the divine treasures Yang Yi possessed, they were still very, very rare. There were only a few such divine treasures in existence, so these eternal artifacts were the best choice for experts at the true Dao realm and above. Now, there were many eternal artifacts here. A few dozen entered her gaze in just a single glance. Bai Jixian was utterly stunned. Suddenly, Yang Yi picked up one of them near his leg, and then he picked up a second, a third, a fourth. Chapter 23 14 Beating Heart. Chapter 23 14 Beating Heart. Just like that, Bai Jixian watched with shock as Yang Yi took all the eternal treasures and put them away. Bai Jixian had quite a weird expression on her face. Now, not to mention the slovenly old man, even she doubted that Yang Yi was really mad. Would a man pick up treasures like this? Bai Jixian walked over to Yang Yi and stared at him. He gazed at her with bewilderment. A short while passed before he put his arm around her waist, causing her to blush. She glared fiercely at him, and then she glanced at the surroundings. Let's leave first. She had a bad feeling as she stayed here. Yang Yi took her hand and continued forward. As they walked, her face gradually became solemn. Now, the corpses were fewer. However, there were some strange things around them instead. For example, a huge footprint that was almost 3 kilometers wide. It looked like a footprint, but it was more like an abyss. The space here too, it was like a void, a true void. Not the kind of dead space because that still had traces of space in it. However, the space here was truly just a void. The world existed, and so did space, but that expanse of space didn't exist anymore. Bai Jixian was unable to explain what it was. Besides that, there was a stone statue of an unknown demon beast. It was lying on the ground and lacked one of its legs. Bai Jixian was quite curious and wanted to have a look, but they were unable to go closer upon getting within 300 m of it. They couldn't get closer. It seemed like an invisible barrier stood before them, and it obstructed their path. However, they hadn't been able to discover what exactly it was. Tiny! At this moment, Bai Jixian suddenly felt tiny. How huge was the universe? It was boundless. The more humanity explored it, the tinier they felt. They continued forward for another 15 minutes, and then a middle-aged man on one knee appeared before them. There was a demon arm in front of him. The middle-aged man's eyes were closed, and there were no signs of life coming from him. Obviously, had died a long time ago. Yang Yi and Bai Jixian walked over to the middle-aged man. There was a huge hole in his stomach, and it was empty within. As for the demon's arm, it was holding a bunch of things. Internal organs. It was the middle-aged man's internal organs. Bai Jixian noticed that the heart was still beating in the arm's grasp. The sight of this made her expression change, and she hurriedly pulled Yang Yi back. Bai Jixian frowned. What the heck is this place? Suddenly, Yang Yi pulled her toward the left, and he stopped after walking for quite some time. There was a corpse of a demon not too far ahead of them. It had the body of a tiger, wings on its back, and 7 legs. At this moment, it was lying quietly on the ground without any signs of life coming from it. There were sabers at the top of its head and in its heart. Both sabers were different. The saber on its head seemed like it was covered in a dazzling pool of scarlet-red blood. The blunt side of it was extremely thick, countless times thicker than an ordinary saber, but its blade was extremely thin, just like the wings of a cicada. There were 2 characters on its back: in, slaughter and kill. Besides that, there was a thumb-sized pearl of blood at its hilt, and it frequently slid down the hilt to the blade. When it reached the tip of the blade, it continued back to the hilt, and continued in a cycle like that. Tempering. That was the term that Bai Jixian thought of. The pearl of blood felt like it was tempering the saber. Because every single time it slid past the blade would undergo a minute change. The saber at the demon's heart was completely different from the saber on its head. The saber there was much smaller than the other saber, but it was a little long. It was almost 1.5 m long, and it was extremely thin. The entire saber was as thin as a razor, and it was extremely strange too. Because it seemed to turn invisible from time to time. When it was invisible, it was totally invisible, and its presence couldn't be sensed at all. When it was visible, it emanated a ghastly aura that seemed like it would take someone's head at any moment. 2 sabers. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly walked over to them. Bai Jixian frowned slightly and was about to stop him, but she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. Be careful! They were clearly not ordinary sabers, so if they fell into Yang Yi's hands, it would definitely be a very good thing. However, Bai Jixian was still quite worried, so she immediately followed him. Just like that, they walked slowly toward the demon's corpse. Yang Yi took Bai Jixian with him as he leaped up above its head, and then he grabbed the saber's hilt with both hands. But it didn't take long for him to frown. He couldn't draw it. Yang Yi pulled with all his might, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't pull it out. A short while later, he suddenly drew his chopper and chopped at it. Bai Jixian was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Yang Yi's chopper slammed against the blood-red saber. Clang! A clear clang resounded. Bai Jixian watched with shock as the chopper shattered into pieces. She was stunned for quite a while before she said, Impossible! The chopper in Yang Yi's grasp was no ordinary chopper. After all, he had used it against the Skywalker wolf without it getting damaged at all. Yet now, it had shattered. Shattered into bits. Yang Yi was quite stunned. His hand remained in that chopping motion for a long time, and then he gazed at Bai Jixian. The latter rolled her eyes and said, Why are you looking at me? Think of a solution yourself. Yang Yi turned around, and then a black sword appeared in his grasp. The sword condensed from vengeful spirits. Bai Zixian's expression changed. She hurriedly stopped him and glared at him. Can you stop being so overbearing? You! Suddenly, the black sword surged into the blood-red saber. Bai Jixian was stunned. The vengeful spirits surged into the saber, and then it gradually started to tremble. A few breaths of time later, it transformed into a ray of blood-red light that surged up into the sky, and then it descended back down and firmly embedded itself in the space before Yang Yi. There was a black vortex at its hilt, the vengeful spirits. Bai Jixian frowned at the sight of this. How can this be? This saber had no spirit of its own? Or perhaps its spirit is gone, and then the vengeful spirits entered it and became its spirit? Yang Yi didn't think too much about it. He grabbed it with his right hand, but just a moment later, his arm fell, and the saber descended upon the demon's head. It was too heavy. Yang Yi grabbed the hilt with his left hand too and held on tight. At the same time, the vengeful spirits surrounded his hands, and then the saber was gradually lifted up. Yang Yi's knees were bent slightly while his veins had popped up throughout his arms, and his entire face was slightly red. It was very strenuous. While had succeeded at lifting it, it was extremely strenuous. Bai Jixian was extremely shocked by this scene. Yan Ye's body was at the true Dao realm, and his arms were at the peak of the true Dao realm. It could be said that the strength in his arms was comparable to some true Void Realm experts, and he was even being assisted by the vengeful spirits. However, he was still barely able to lift it. He was barely able to lift it, and that represented that he couldn't use it at all. A long time passed before Yang Yi put it down, and then it transformed into a ray of blood-red light that entered his palm. A tiny black and red mark appeared in his palm. It was in the shape of the saber. Yang Yi walked over to the demon's stomach, and Bai Jixian followed by his side. Just like that, they arrived before the second saber. Compared to the first, Bai Jixian was fonder of the second. The previous saber was too bloody and filled with a baleful aura. Even though this saber emanated ghastly coldness too, there was no baleful aura coming from it. Moreover, it was thin as the wing of a cicada and extremely light. Unfortunately, she didn't use the saber. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed its hilt before pulling lightly. Hiss! The saber was instantly pulled out, but just a moment later, it shook violently and was about to struggle free from Yang Yi's grasp. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned and circulated the profound primal energy within him. As soon as his profound primal energy surged into the saber, it actually started to calm down. What? Bai Jixian was quite puzzled. The saber had been about to struggle free of Yang Yi's grasp, but it had actually calmed down now. Bai Jixian spoke softly. Is it connected to the primal saber sect? Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved the saber gently. Hiss! An expanse of saber energy rippled out. Everywhere it passed, space rippled like water, and the saber energy shot soundlessly into the ground over 1 kilometer away. An extremely thin cut that was as thin as the wing of a cicada could be seen on the ground, but it was so thin that it was impossible to notice if one didn't look carefully. Or perhaps it should be said that it was so thin that the ground didn't look any different. What a saber! Bai Jixian had a wisp of happiness in her eyes. She didn't know how strong the blood-red saber was, but this one in Yang Yi's grasp wasn't weak at all. It could be said that if Yang Yi fought the Skywalker Wolf now, he would absolutely be able to fight it. Because this saber was very likely to be able to pierce through the Skywalker Wolf's defenses. So long as he could accomplish that, Yang Yi had a chance at victory, even without playing any tricks. Bai Jixian seemed to have thought of something. She took the saber in Yang Yi's grasp and wrapped it around his waist. It fit perfectly. It was like a jade belt that coiled around Yang Yi's waist, and it didn't look out of place at all. Bai Jixian grinned and gazed at Yang Yi. Let's go! Yang Yi took Bai Zixian's hand and leaped down the corpse, and then they continued further forward. Once they vanished into the distance, a pair of footprints appeared abruptly on the corpse. Hee hee! Laughter suddenly resounded here. Chapter 23 15-9 Hell Emperor? Chapter 23 15-9 Hell Emperor? Barren land. An expanse of barren land stood before Yang Yi and Bai Jixian. The ground before them was completely barren, and there was no end to it in all other directions. Bai Jixian glanced at the surroundings, and then a solemn expression gradually appeared in her eyes. The barren land before them hadn't been created naturally, and it had been created later on. Because energy was fluctuating through it. Energy fluctuations. Who could transform such a wide expanse of earth into a barren expanse of earth? Moreover, countless years had passed, yet energy still remained here. What kind of place was this? What had happened here in the past? There were countless questions in Bai Zixian's heart. But she had no answer. They continued forward, and they walked for around an hour before Yang Yi stopped abruptly. There was a palm-sized fragment before them, and it floated there silently while growing faintly. Bai Jixian gazed at Yang Yi while the latter walked toward it. When they got close to it, they noticed many strange markings on it, and it seemed like the meridians of a person. Bai Jixian said, "What is that?" Meanwhile, Yang Yi put it away. Bai Jixian was at a loss for words. Yang Yi took her hand and continued forward. Bai Jixian glanced at Yang Yi. She noticed that he was actually quite charming. Especially his character. While he was quite shameless and cunning at times, he was a true man when he didn't do things like that. An unyielding man who never cowered. Reality was cruel. In the beginning, many could remain like that too, but as time passed, they would learn to make compromises, back down, and exercise forbearance. Of course, that didn't mean it was wrong. It was another way of dealing with things. However, Yang Yi didn't take that path. They continued forward, hand in hand, through the barren area, and the surroundings were completely quiet. Eternal village. They didn't return? Butcher gazed at the slovenly old man at the village's entrance, and his face was quite unsightly. After he repulsed the primal demon, had immediately rushed back to Eternal Village, but he noticed that Yang Yi and Bai Jixian hadn't returned. The middle-aged woman, Antivej, was standing by the old man's side. The slovenly old man spoke solemnly. "Those kids have probably gone deep into the rear mountains." Butcher's expression changed slightly, and then he went toward the rear mountains. Antivej suddenly asked, "Where are you going?" Butcher replied, "Into the rear mountains to look for those two little fellows, of course." She shook her head slightly. "It wouldn't be a problem if it's just in the outer area, but if you go deep into the rear mountains, and especially if you go to that place, that existence will definitely act against you." Butcher replied, "But we can't just do nothing, right?" Antivej pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Go to that sly old man and seek his help. I'll go ask some of the demons in the mountains." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Butcher went to the bamboo house, and Wanaria's grandfather was organizing some bones near the house. Butcher walked over to him and said, "It's very likely that both he and that girl have gone deep into the rear mountains." The old man ignored Butcher and continued what he was doing, causing Butcher to frown slightly. "Old man, don't you care about that kid?" The old man looked up at Butcher. "Isn't it all your fault? You don't have sufficient strength, yet you took them to the rear mountains? Let me tell you now. If anything happens to him, all three of you are in big trouble." "What do you mean?" Butcher's frown deepened. "Does that kid have some sort of prominent background?" The old man stood up and gazed in the direction of the rear mountains. The trigrams display great danger. He clenched his fists slowly as he spoke. "Great danger!" Butcher's expression changed. The old man wasn't really reliable most of the time, but his predictions were quite accurate. "Great danger!" Butcher vanished into the distance. The old man stared in the direction of the rear mountains and he said, "Nine Hells Emperor, if you kill him, you'll be digging your own grave." At a mountain peak, Butcher and Antivej stood side by side, and they gazed toward the boundless mountain range. Antivej spoke solemnly. "They went into that place." Butcher spoke softly. "Will they come out alive?" She shook her head slightly. "I don't know. They will definitely die if that existence acts against them." Butcher fell silent. Deep within the rear mountains, Yang Yi and Bai Jixian were still traveling incessantly. At this moment, Bai Jixian was filled with worry. All along the way, it had been too quiet. So quiet that there had been no sound at all. It was very unusual. As far as she was concerned, returning to the village was the safest. But how would they get back now? Unless they flew. Otherwise, they couldn't find their way back. However, flying was too dangerous. In short, they were in a terrible situation. Because she didn't know what was waiting for them up ahead. This place was absolutely unusual. Around an hour later, they finally left the barren lands and a grassland was before them. Flowers bloomed all over it, and the spirit energy here was extremely pure. "What is this place?" A wisp of shock flashed through her eyes. "The spirit energy here is so pure." Yang Yi continued forward with Bai Jixian. All along the way, Bai Jixian was almost unable to stop herself from sitting down cross-legged and absorbing the spirit energy here. She had a feeling that if she cultivated here, it wouldn't take long for her to attain the true void realm. The spirit energy here was quite special. However, Yang Yi led her forward. While she sensed that Yang Yi's actions were quite strange, she still didn't resist and just let him take her forward. Just like that, a long time passed before Yang Yi and her stopped. There was a cliff before them, and a woman in a pure white dress was seated by its edge. Her legs were dangling down the cliff, and she had her back to them. A living person. Bai Jixian became vigilant. Or to be more precise, it was a living being because Bai Jixian wasn't very sure if the woman was human. Bai Jixian asked softly, "Senior?" The woman suddenly said, "Sit." Her voice was beautiful like the singing of orioles. As soon as she said that, a pure white bench appeared behind Yang Yi and Bai Jixian. If one looked carefully, one would notice that it had been formed with spirit energy. Bai Jixian glanced at her, and then she led Yang Yi over to sit down. The woman suddenly asked, "What is his name?" Bai Jixian was slightly stunned. "Who?" the woman said. "The person beside you." Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and replied, "Yang Yi." "Yang Yi." The woman spoke softly. "I still don't really believe it." She stood up slowly, and then she walked over to Yang Yi. Even if they were this close, Bai Jixian noticed that she still couldn't see the woman's appearance. Suddenly, the woman placed her hands on Yang Yi's shoulder, and then Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He was about to attack, but the madness intent within him was suppressed by a wave of mysterious energy before it could even leave his body. As for Yang Yi himself, he was frozen on the spot. Bai Jixian watched with astonishment as she bent down and pressed her forehead against Yang Yi's forehead. The sword ruins. A tiny white figure was ceaselessly flashing through the sword ruins. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the white little fellow had a ray of sword energy beneath her feet. It was Snowy, of course. Training in the sword. Since Yang Yi left, Snowy had been training madly every single day. No one could stop her. She wanted to become strong and go look for Yang Yi. It was what Su Qingshi had told her. Suddenly, Snowy stopped and looked up into the sky. There was a trace of bewilderment in her bright eyes. Bang! A moment of silence ensued, and then the sky shook violently before an ethereal face appeared there. It was the face of a woman. Snowy's eyes opened wide when she saw this face, and then an ethereal axe appeared in her little paw while vigilance covered her face. But just a moment later, Snowy sniffed lightly, and then the vigilance in her eyes turned to curiosity. A short while later, she put the axe away and floated to the face. At this moment, they were very close to each other. The woman gazed at Snowy's eyes, and then she grinned when she noticed the strand of dark purple in them. After that, she vanished slowly. Snowy was stunned, and then she clawed lightly at where the face had been. She wanted to make the woman stay, but she grabbed nothing. Snowy looked down slightly and seemed slightly depressed. Quite a while passed before she shook her little head, and then she sneaked a glance at the surroundings before patting the sword gourd. Swish! A ray of sword energy shot into the sky. When it was about to leave the sword ruins, a ray of purple light appeared before it, causing it to stop. Snowy was within the sword energy, and Zir was in front of her. Zir walked over to Snowy, took Snowy in her arms, and spoke softly. "Don't sneak off again, all right?" Snowy looked up at Zir and started waving her paws swiftly, and tears surged out of her eyes as she did so. She missed Yang Yi and wanted to go looking for him. That was what Snowy was telling her. Zir rubbed Snowy's head gently. "He will be back for us." "He will, he definitely will." She looked up at the sky, and then her gaze became slightly blurry. Eternal secret realm. The woman released Yang Yi's shoulders and returned to where she'd been sitting. Bai Jixian gazed at the woman. "Senior?" The woman said nothing in response. Just like that, a long time passed before she suddenly spoke. "I never expected her to really choose a human. Perhaps it is the will of the heavens, and your arrival here is the will of the heavens too." Suddenly, Yang Yi stood up, and then Bai Jixian watched in shock as he walked slowly to the woman. After that, he placed his palm on her head and rubbed it gently. Snowy. Bai Jixian was stunned on the spot. Chapter 23:16 I didn't steal, I took. Chapter 23:16 I didn't steal, I took. Yan Yi had recovered his consciousness? That was the first thought that came to mind for Bai Jixuan, but it didn't take long for her to reject that thought. Because Yang Yi didn't seem like had regained consciousness. The woman didn't resist him, and a long time passed before she suddenly said, "Actually, I really want to kill you." Bai Zixian's expression changed, and she hurriedly ran over and pulled Yang Yi to her side. The woman spoke softly. "There's a saying amongst the humans. Even the heavens would be disappointed if a man does not act for himself. Her presence by your side fills me with fear that you'll harm her one day. She would have nothing to worry about if you're gone, and shall live a better life." Bai Jixuan gazed vigilantly at the woman. "Senior, he may be mad, but he isn't bad." The woman spoke softly. "That's what I'm curious about too. She's kind-hearted by nature, so how could she possibly be with a monstrous murderer? I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't figure it out, so I stopped thinking about it." She stood up slowly as she spoke. Suddenly, Yan Yi pulled Bai Jixuan behind him, and a pitch-black sword appeared in his grasp. He sensed hostility. The woman turned around and walked slowly in Yan Yi and Bai Zixian's direction. Suddenly, Bai Jixuan pulled Yan Yi behind her, and she looked the woman in the eyes. "Senior, I don't know why you want to kill him, but I want to ask you something. Do you really think that person you spoke of wants you to kill him?" The woman stopped. Bai Jixuan continued. "Senior, there are a lot of times that when you think you're doing something for the good of someone, it isn't something that person wants." The woman remained silent. Meanwhile, Bai Jixuan continued. "Senior, have you not noticed? He isn't in a normal state right now. But he got close to you just now. Obviously, he sensed something from you, and it was absolutely something he really cares about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like that. Just like me, he thinks him one of his wives, so while he attacks everyone else he never harms me and even protects me with his life." The woman shook her head slightly. "He may not know what she is right now, and I can't guarantee that he wouldn't do anything bad when he does find out." Bai Jixuan suddenly smiled. The woman asked, "Why are you smiling?" Bai Jixuan smiled. "Senior, he doesn't even know what she is, yet he cares so much about her. So, what does that represent? It represents that he cares about her, not because of what she can give him. Right?" The woman gazed at Bai Jixuan. "I won't kill you. You can leave yourself, or I can send you away." Bai Jixuan chuckled. "That isn't necessary. While we are no match for you, we still want to try." The woman said. "I told you that I'll send you out of here." Bai Jixuan looked the woman in the eyes. "As I said before, that isn't necessary. We came here together, and we'll either leave together or die together." The woman nodded slightly. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand slowly. In an instant, a strand of white mist enveloped Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. Hiss! The black sword exploded apart, and countless vengeful spirits seemed like they'd encountered something terrifying and surged into the blood-red saber in his palm. At the same time, the madness intent within him had been instantly suppressed before it could even surge out of him. Meanwhile, a wave of powerful aura swept out of Bai Jixuan. However, it vanished without a trace before it could even get close to the woman in a white dress. Bai Zixian's face turned pale. The woman wasn't someone they could rival in strength. Bai Jixuan gazed at Yang Yi, whose face was covered in pain right now. If this is the end, so be it. She closed her eyes slowly. Suddenly, a ray of black light flashed. Hiss! The black light instantly shattered the energy that enveloped Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. "Sprite progenitor, killing the innocent isn't your style." As soon as the voice resounded, a black shadow suddenly appeared near Yang Yi and Bai Jixuan. The shadow was huge, but it wasn't human, and it was covered in countless strands of black energy that obscured its true form from them. "Sprite progenitor!" Bai Jixuan gazed at the woman with astonishment. Sprite progenitor! She had never seen a sprite progenitor, but Shed heard of one. It was a supreme expert in the entire universe. There were records about them in the ancient texts, and such sprite progenitors were only ever born on the other side of the Eternal River. There had never been one in Eternal Border. She had never imagined that this woman before her was actually a sprite progenitor of legend. There was a sprite progenitor here. The woman withdrew her hands and gazed at the black shadow. Nine Hells Emperor, what brought you here today? And you actually saved someone. The black shadow chuckled. I noticed them as soon as they entered that battlefield. She asked, why didn't you kill them? Nine Hells Emperor replied with a question. Why should I? The woman in a white dress glanced at Nine Hell Emperor and said, didn't you say that the people of that village are not allowed to step foot in that battlefield, and you'll kill all who do? Nine Hells Emperor roared with laughter. But these kids aren't ordinary. Especially this kid. Sprite progenitor, oh sprite progenitor, do you think that only you can sense her aura? In the beginning, I wasn't completely certain, but when he got here, I was sure. As for trying to kill him, I presume it's because you're afraid I'll notice her through him, right? The woman clenched her fist slowly. Thinking of attacking me? Nine Hells Emperor chuckled. If this was your main body, I would run as far as I can. Unfortunately, it's just a strand of your soul. Meanwhile, the woman relaxed her grasp. It's fine, you can't leave either. Nine Hells Emperor replied indifferently. Why would I go outside? I just have to take a few strands of his soul, then once he regains his consciousness in the world outside, he'll naturally bring the sprite progenitor here, right? Suddenly, the woman waved her hand, and a strand of white mist enveloped Yang Yi and Bai Jixin. An instant later, they were tossed into the sky. Suddenly, a black hand appeared there. Bang! An explosion resounded in the sky. The white mist that surrounded them instantly exploded apart, and then were blasted away. You think you can send them away? Cold laughter resounded in the sky, and then a hand grabbed at them. Meanwhile, a white shadow appeared before them. It was the sprite progenitor. The sprite progenitor glanced at Yang Yi and Bai Jixin. Take him and leave. Once he regains consciousness, tell him to take good care of her. Once she finished speaking, she looked up and raised her hands slowly. In an instant, the entire world turned ethereal, and then she took a step forward and gently tapped forward. Hiss! The space before her cracked open. At the same time, a wave of invisible force moved along space and rippled toward the black hand. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the hand exploded into bits. Meanwhile, the powerful force of the collision pushed Nine Hells Emperor back. While this occurred, the sprite progenitor had helped transport Yang Yi and Bai Jixin through the sky, and they'd arrived in the village. You're mad. Nine Hells Emperor's voice resounded. Aren't you afraid that you'll vanish from exhausting that little bit of your soul that remains? The sprite progenitor glanced at her slightly ethereal body, and then looked up at the sky. A black shadow stood there. The sprite progenitor replied indifferently. So what if I do? It's just a strand of soul. You're absolutely mad. The black shadow cursed, and then it charged toward the village. The sprite progenitor was just a strand of soul. But even someone as strong as Nine Hells Emperor didn't dare to kill her. He was from the primal era. While he was just a youngling at the time, had witnessed the death of a sprite progenitor, the death of the woman's main body. Moreover, had witnessed the consequences for the person who killed her. He would never forget it. The sprite progenitor wasn't something that anyone could just kill. He didn't linger on that scene from the past, and he just shot past her and gave chase in the village's direction. Eternal Village. Bang! Bang! Two figures slammed into the village. It was Yang Yi and Bai Jixin. It didn't take long for Wang Aria's grandfather, the slovenly old man, butcher, and Auntie Veg to arrive before them. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground and helped Bai Jixin up, and then he pushed her behind Auntie Veg before turning around with his sword in hand. Bang! A wave of powerful intent swept out from him. He was no match for his opponent, but he still planned to fight. It didn't take long for the others' expressions to change slightly. They looked up into the sky, and they saw a black shadow arrive soundlessly. Their expressions instantly turned solemn at the sight of it. Nine Hells Emperor! They clearly recognized the black shadow. Meanwhile, Nine Hells Emperor spoke abruptly. I want that kid! His voice carried an indisputable tone. The four of them exchanged glances, and then the other three gazed at Juan Aria's grandfather. The latter grinned and said, What else can we do? Fight, of course. Fight. All four of them looked up. At this exact same moment, eternal border, eternal immortal city. A middle-aged man in a cloud-white robe appeared at the entrance to the city, and he held a sword in his grasp. He walked into the city and arrived before the entrance to Eternal's secret realm. There were 7 true Void Realm and 17 true Tao Realm experts here. As soon as he saw the middle-aged man, Wan Yun from Immortal Estate had a grim expression on his face. He stood up and looked at the middle-aged man. You're the sword cultivator who stole a precious treasure from my immortal estate. The others were shocked and gazed at the middle-aged man. There was curiosity and ill intent in their eyes. If they could kill this sword cultivator and make the immortal estate owe them a favor, they felt that it was a good trade. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man looked up slowly at Wan Yun and said, Stole? He shook his head slightly. Allow me to correct you. I didn't steal, I took. Chapter 23:17 Go on. Continue. Chapter 23:17 Go on. Continue. Not steal, take. Take. Wan Yun's face was quite unsightly. The other experts here had quite strange expressions on their faces. According to what the immortal estate had told others, their treasure had been stolen. But now it seemed like it hadn't been stolen, someone had just walked in and taken it. It was a completely different thing. The experts of the other clans had slight vigilance in their eyes as they gazed at the middle-aged man in cloud-white robes. Since he had been able to enter the immortal estate, take something, and leave safely, it was obvious that he was no ordinary expert. He was extraordinary. The middle-aged man walked slowly to the door of light that led to the eternal secret realm. Meanwhile, Wan Yun obstructed his path. The middle-aged man stopped and looked up at Wan Yun. Wan Yun spoke indifferently. Please wait here for a moment. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. No! Wan Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. What if I insist? The middle-aged man vanished on the spot. A ray of light flashed. The middle-aged man had already entered the eternal secret realm. Everyone here gazed at Wan Yun with shock, and a moment of silence ensued before a gust of wind blew by. Crack! Wan Yun's head fell off his neck. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. Dead? A true Void Realm expert had died just like that. Moreover, none of them had been able to discern how Wan Yun had died. Shock! All of them broke out in cold sweat. Wan Yun was a true Void Realm expert. How strong was he? Even true World Realm experts couldn't kill him without making a sound. However, that sword cultivator had killed him in an instant with such ease. That was absolutely horrifying strength. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared before Wan Yun's corpse, and there was a small character embroidered before his chest. Obviously, he was from the immortal estate. The old man glanced at Wan Yun's neck, and then a solemn expression gradually appeared on his face. It didn't take long for another middle-aged man in a luxurious robe to appear behind him. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Elder Ling, do you know who he is? The white-haired old man shook his head slightly. Give the order to stop looking for him. What? The middle-aged man frowned. Elder Ling, he stole that thing. It's of the utmost importance to our immortal estate, we can't. Elder Ling suddenly interrupted him and asked, Is your life more important or that thing? The middle-aged man replied solemnly. Is he so strong that even you aren't confident in being able to defeat him? Elder Ling glanced at the middle-aged man and replied, Wan Yen, open your eyes and take a proper look. He used just one attack to instantly kill Wan Yun, who's in the same realm of cultivation as you. I may be at the true world realm, but I know I can't kill a true void realm expert in an instant. But he accomplished that with ease. His strength far surpasses any of our expectations. Wang Yanxian fell silent. Elder Ling continued, Stay here and wait for Yang Yi. He must not be allowed to live. I'm heading back to see the estate master and see what he decides. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Wang Yanxian's face fell, and no one knew what he was thinking. A long time passed before he gazed at the patriarch of the Han Yuan clan, Han Yuan Lin. Patriarch Han Yuan, has there been any movement? Han Yuan Lin shook his head slightly. None at all. However, I think they should be coming out soon. The Eternal Secret Realm automatically vanishes after some time, and it's about time now. Wang Yanxian nodded slightly. Good. He gazed at the headless corpse on the ground. Wang Yun was from his clan. Wang Yun was his own cousin brother, and they had a good relationship since they were young. He fell silent for a short while, and then he gazed at the entrance to the secret realm. Yang Yi, if it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have died. I'm going to crush you when you come outside. Han Yuanlin glanced at Wang Yanxian, and slight disdain arose in his heart. Wang Yanxian didn't dare to seek out the middle-aged sword cultivator and blamed Yang Yi for it instead. Needless to say, it was quite embarrassing. Eternal Village. High above in the sky, a huge ray of saber energy descended, and it seemed like it was about to slash the world apart. A black shadow was beneath it. It was Nine Hells Emperor. Hand over Yang Yi. Nine Hells Emperor wanted Eternal Village to hand over Yang Yi. However, had underestimated Yang Yi's status in their hearts. Especially Wang Area's grandfather. As far as the sly old man was concerned, it would end with Yang Yi's death if Yang Yi died in the rear mountains, but Yang Yi hadn't. Since Yang Yi hadn't died there, it was the heavens that wished for Yang Yi to survive. Yang Yi was worth the fight. So, all four of them had decisively chosen to fight. The saber energy in the sky had just descended upon the black shadow's head when a hideous claw suddenly slapped against it. The saber energy shook violently, and then the claw crushed down on it. Bang! The saber energy exploded apart, and a wave of powerful energy rippled out through the entire sky. Suddenly, a spear shot up into the air like a rising dragon. The slovenly old man was behind the spear. At this moment, the old man didn't seem slovenly at all, and his entire body emanated an overbearing aura. In the sky, Nine Hells Emperor grunted coldly, and then he transformed into an afterimage that slammed down at the spear. In an instant, a foot of a beast stomped down against it. Bang! The sky shook violently, and then a figure crashed down. Boom! The entire ground collapsed abruptly. However, when the collapsing ground extended to Eternal Village, a strand of powerful and mysterious energy isolated the aftershock and kept the village safe. On the ground, the slovenly old man suddenly appeared beside Auntie Veg, and then he looked up at Nine Hells Emperor. Big sis, it's your turn. Auntie Veg glanced at the Wang area's grandfather. Are you going first? Or shall I? Suddenly, Yang Yi stepped forward to display that he would go first. But it didn't take long for a hand to grab him and toss him to Bai Jixin. It had been Auntie Veg who did that. She glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, Just stand there. Yang Yi waved his sword, and Bai Jixin hurriedly grabbed his hand. Even Yang Yi would be of no help in a battle at this level. Nine Hells Emperor was from the primal era. Moreover, he was at least above the true world realm. But what about Yang Yi? Yang Yi was just at the progenitor realm. However, Bai Jixin still failed to stop him. A ray of light surged up into the air and slashed at Nine Hells Emperor. Nine Hells Emperor grunted coldly, and then a wave of powerful pressure rippled down. Bang! Yang Yi's sword energy was instantly blasted apart, and then a figure crashed down from the sky. It slammed into the ground not too far away from Bai Jixin. A deep hole had been smashed open in the ground. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to crawl out of it. Meanwhile, Auntie Veg said, Go on! Continue! Yang Yi walked slowly over to Bai Jixin, and then he sat down cross-legged and started recuperating. He didn't want to fight anymore. Bai Jixian felt speechless. Auntie Veg glanced at Yang Yi, and then she gazed at Waneria's grandfather. Are you going first? Or shall I? The old man grinned. Then I'll do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly gestured with both hands, and then thin threads of blood appeared in the sky. These threads of blood covered the entire sky like a web of blood. Divine shaman techniques! Nine Hells Emperor spoke coldly in the sky. You really hid your strength well. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hands, and then two towering claws appeared in the sky and swept through it. It was like the sky would be swept apart by it. However, the red threads weren't broken by it, and they rapidly condensed. In just an instant, Nine Hells Emperor's entire body was bound tightly by them. Hiss! 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 Just a moment later, fine blood-red marks appeared throughout his body. However, a powerful aura swept out from him at this moment. Boom! Along with the aura, the blood-red threads around him were instantly obliterated. The aura was like a torrent that slammed down from the sky. Titan Demon Bloodline! Waneria's grandfather spoke softly. 70% purity! How rare! Auntie Veg nodded slightly by his side. I never expected him to be at this level. As soon as she finished speaking, she flipped her palm upward and raised it swiftly. Bang! A huge ethereal palm ascended to the sky. It seemed like it could overturn the world. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then the aura was instantly blasted apart, but Auntie Veg's attack had vanished without a trace too. Using numbers against me? Nine Hells Emperor grunted coldly. Can you compete with the number of demons in the rear mountains? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud and ferocious roar resounded and surged toward the rear mountains. An instant later, the entire area started quaking, and then countless primal demons rushed out from the rear mountains. Auntie Veg and the others' expressions instantly turned unsightly from the sight of this. If they joined forces, they didn't have to fear Nine Hells Emperor. However, if all the demons in the rear mountains attacked, then it would be absolutely not something they could resist. Even that person hiding in the shadows wouldn't dare to underestimate their strength. Countless demons were dashing like a surging wave toward Eternal Village. At this moment, the ground throughout the Eternal Secret Realm was quaking. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in cloud-white robes and a sword in his grasp appeared at the entrance to Eternal Village. Chapter 23 18-2 Week. Chapter 23 18-2 Week. It didn't take long for countless demons to surround Eternal Village. The entire village was tightly surrounded. The middle-aged man stood there with his sword at the village's entrance. He glanced at the surroundings, and his gaze paused momentarily on Auntie Veg, Waneria's grandfather, and Nine Hells Emperor. But it didn't take long for his gaze to fall on Yang Yi, and a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. He walked slowly over to Yang Yi. Meanwhile, everyone here had noticed his presence. Bai Jixian gazed vigilantly at the middle-aged man. Auntie Veg and the others did the same too. They were very vigilant toward this sword cultivator who'd suddenly appeared here. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and spoke softly. Madness intent. Interesting. Bai Jixian asked softly. Senior, you know him? The middle-aged man nodded slightly. I do. Bai Jixian was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly spoke softly. Once he wakes up, tell him not to forget about our agreement. He started walking slowly in the rear mountains direction. But it didn't take long for him to stop because numerous demons stood in his path. At this moment, all of them were staring at him. The middle-aged man looked up at Nine Hells Emperor. All of you are too weak. I'm not interested in all of you, so move aside, all right? Too weak. Everyone had quite weird expressions on their faces when they heard this. Too weak. Nine Hells Emperor and the other demons were too weak? Has he gone mad? Ha! Nine Hells Emperor roared with laughter in the sky. A short while passed before a black shadow descended before the middle-aged man. Human, you're saying him too weak? The middle-aged man nodded. I have no intent to insult. But all of you are really weak. We're really weak. Nine Hells Emperor started laughing from rage. Then what do you consider as being strong? The middle-aged man shot a glance at the sky. That one barely passes. Anti-Veg and the others stared at the middle-aged man as they wondered who he was. Because had actually been able to sense that existence, and locate that existence. Nine Hells Emperor suddenly asked slightly solemnly. Who are you? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and started walking forward. Right when he arrived around 30 m away from Nine Hells Emperor, a wave of powerful aura swept out from Nine Hells Emperor and pressed down upon him. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. The light vanished and the middle-aged man was behind Nine Hells Emperor. Everyone was stunned, and it didn't take long for Auntie Veg's pupils to become constricted. There was astonishment in her eyes. Hiss! Everyone watched with shock in their eyes as a blood head descended to the ground. It was a hideous head, and it was Nine Hells Emperor's head. Impossible! Meanwhile, the head suddenly spoke while disbelief filled its eyes. An instant later, Nine Hells Emperor's body suddenly took the head and transformed into a ray of dark light that vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had arrived before the demons, and they retreated madly. Even Nine Hells Emperor had lost his head, let alone them? So, they'd immediately retreated. Right when he was about to leave the village, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped and looked toward the right. A young girl eating a tanghalu was standing there. When she noticed his gaze, she hurriedly hid the tanghalu behind her back and looked at him with vigilance. The middle-aged man sized up the young girl. A very good bloodline. Unfortunately, you're too young. He vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. Anti-Veg and the others seemed like they were petrified. One attack. Had taken Nine Hells Emperor's head with one attack and made all the demons retreat. It made them wonder if he was a peerless expert from the primal era. A long time passed before Anti-Veg recovered from her shock and gazed at Bai Jixian. Do you know him? Bai Jixian shook her head. But he knows Yang Yi. There may be some kind of link between them. This kid is a sword cultivator too. Meanwhile, the slovenly old man said, Is he that fellow's successor? The others frowned slightly because that was very likely. Yang Yi was a sword cultivator, and so was the middle-aged man. Moreover, they clearly knew each other. Wait. Meanwhile, Anti-Veg shook her head slightly. His sword Dao is completely different from this kid. Moreover, if he really was this kid's master, then why didn't he take this kid with him? Just forget it. Meanwhile, Waneria's grandfather suddenly said, The important matter at hand is to make this kid cultivate. He doesn't have much time left. Anti-Veg nodded slightly and gazed at Butcher. If you still haven't taught him something, do it quick. As she spoke, she gazed at Bai Jixian. Come with me. Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and followed her. However, Yang Yi followed her too. Butcher's face darkened, and he had no choice but to follow them too. It was impossible to make Yang Yi cultivate normally without Bai Jixian. Only the slovenly old man and Waneria's grandfather remained here. Old man, this is a little unusual. The slovenly old man suddenly said. It's really unusual for such an expert to appear in the outside world. The other old man nodded slightly. It's very unusual indeed. He walked over to Waneria, and then took her hand before walking off into the distance. The slovenly old man remained silent on the spot. Deep within the rear mountains, the middle-aged sword cultivator arrived at the barren lands that Yang Yi had been to, and he didn't encounter any demons all along the way. His path was completely clear. It didn't take long for him to stop, and he looked toward the right. It seemed like the space there had been forcefully dug out. He sized up the area and spoke softly. The primal era, an era of the strong. He looked up slowly at the sky. What a pity! What's a pity? Suddenly, a voice resounded. Along with the voice, a ball of pitch-black light appeared near the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze. It's a pity that I wasn't born in the primal era. You weren't born in the primal era? The black ball of light suddenly chuckled. The primal era was an era of the strong, and it was an era that even destiny feared. The emperors, desolate gods, and immortals of that time were countless. Every one of them was extraordinary. Since you say that you wish to have been born during the primal era, I really would like to know on what basis you think that you can compete with the geniuses of that era? Compete? The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't seek to compete. All I seek is defeat. Defeat. The surroundings fell silent. Eternal village. A stone house. Butcher gazed at the sabers before him in silence. A long time passed before he gazed at Yang Yi and Bai Jixian. You found this in that battlefield? Bai Jixian nodded. Butcher pointed at the huge blood-red saber. It's called invincible. During my time, it was ranked at the 10th position on the divine weapon rankings. It's used with big sweeping swings that renders its user invincible within its reach. Invincible within its reach. Bai Jixian was shocked. Is it that formidable? Butcher nodded. Of course, the precondition is that you can swing it. Even I can't swing it at will right now. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Needless to say, this kid is really blessed. It has clearly lost its spirit, and so it's no different than a dead object. Thus, those vengeful spirits of his were able to seize this opportunity to become its spirit. In other words, this saber can be considered to have acknowledged him as its master. Bai Jixian spoke softly. But he still can't swing it. Butcher replied softly. Don't worry, with the help of those vengeful spirits, he definitely can. I'll use the rest of our time to make him capable of swinging it. As he spoke, he gazed at the second saber, and a wisp of complicated emotions appeared in his eyes. A short while passed before he spoke softly again. Hidden blade. It's a blade that's hidden, soundless, and one with the world, yet it's like a thunderclap or erupting volcano when it does attack. It's even more terrifying than invincible because when you do notice its presence, you're mostly dead. All those years ago, that saber cultivator almost killed an ancestor of my primal saber sect with this saber, the same ancestor who used invincible. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. I didn't expect both of them to fall into this kid's hands. Bai Jixian said. Senior, is invincible not as strong as Hidden Blade? Butcher shook his head slightly. It is stronger, but Hidden Blade excels in being light and concealed. When fighting someone at close quarters, it's a very terrifying weapon when swung without making a sound. Simply speaking, an attack to the face is easier to deal with than a shot from the shadows. As he spoke, he tapped invincible with his finger, and it went over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi instinctively grabbed it, but as soon as he did, his entire body couldn't help but sink. It was too heavy. Butcher said. From now on, you will carry it, no matter what you're doing. He gazed at Bai Jixian and continued. You watch him. He has to carry it on his back 14 hours a day, and besides when he is cultivating, he has to run 100 rounds around the rear mountain's outer circle every day without stopping at all. Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and asked, will this method of cultivating work? It could be considered a very basic method of cultivating, and it was something that only new cultivators would use. Butcher replied softly. It's useful to him. His body must get used to it. Otherwise, even if he's able to barely use it in the future, he'll injure his body every time he does. If he gets used to it now, it won't just be beneficial to him in the future, it'll be beneficial to his arms and body too. Bai Jixian nodded, and then she made Yang Yi carry it on his back. As soon as he did that, the ground beneath his feet started to crack open. Moreover, his body instantly became tense too. Just like that, Yang Yi carried the huge saber on his back and entered the rear mountains every day at dawn. In the beginning, it was clearly strenuous for him, but as he persisted day by day, his body gradually grew accustomed to it. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.